Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro, senior economist Tracy Shuchart, and Blake Morrow, co-founder of Trading Analytics. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, all.
Looks like it's going to be an action-packed day. We have a big jump in oil that is pressuring stock futures. As you, I'm sure, all see on your screen, U.S. carried out strikes against Iran again overnight. Shai, I've got to think that's dominating the headlines. What are you watching?
That is dominating the headlines. So, the U.S. widened the scope of its airstrikes on Iran overnight as President Donald Trump and officials in Tehran both signaled a renewal of peace talks is unlikely in the near term. Then we had the Tehran-backed Houthi militants in Yemen are ready to attack shipping positions near the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the south end of the Red Sea, according to the JMIC, which is the Joint Maritime Information Center. They sent out a alert late Tuesday night without giving details. Now, it is known from the shipping trackers that they have seen Saudi ships make a U-turn and head back to Saudi Arabia, since they specifically said they were going to attack any ship going to or from Saudi ports. Now, that is important because the Saudi Arabia has been using the Yanbu pipeline to avoid the Strait of Hormuz and been redirecting their oil flows there out of the Red Sea. So if the Red Sea is shut as well, that would leave two waterways accounting for 27% of global oil flows off the market. We also just heard this morning that Iran's Lark Island was just targeted. This is a strategically vital Iranian outpost in the Strait of Hormuz that is the kind of a tactile choke point for maritime control. So we are getting closer to Cargo Island, which would be you would see oil prices spike if we hit that island. But lots of news about the yen. Obviously, today we had a kind of it doesn't look that big if you're looking at a daily chart, but if you're looking at a 2-minute chart, kind of a big move in the yen, as two senior Japanese officials warned that authorities are ready to take action in the currency market if necessary. They said the situation involving the U.S. and Iran has taken a sudden turn for the worse, deterioration that the world did not foresee, creating a very difficult environment. Our policy remains completely unchanged. We will take appropriate and bold action at any time should the need arise. We also have the bank hearing that the Bank of Japan officials are open to raising interest rates at a faster pace than consensus among economists, as the yen's continued weakness adds to upside inflation risks. Now, they are supposed to hold at the July 31st board meeting. Watchers are expecting another hike in December. I'm not sure if they can wait that long, but we will see. Just keep your eye on that. We'll talk to Blake more about the yen, of course, in a little bit. We've got new tariffs. Trump saying he wants to put 100% of generic drug duties unless they move production to the U.S. It would be 100% in August of 2028 and 200% in August 2029. That seems like a lot of time for negotiations, so we'll see. We also have a Friday, those temporary tariffs that were kind of this stopgap are set to expire this Friday. So the administration is preparing to impose new fresh levies on dozens of products. Now, this won't change the current tax regime of 10%. It would just continue that because they're trying to avoid that stopgap again. And so they're working on that for Friday. But again, that doesn't raise any of the tariffs. It just avoids a stoppage of them. And of course, we have Alphabet, Tesla, and IBM after the bell today. Everybody's going to be looking at cloud growth for Alphabet in particular. Tesla earnings, IBM, we kind of got a Q2 warning last week, sending the shares down 25%. So I think that's pretty much baked in the cake for IBM, but kind of the big tech earnings, first of the big tech earnings. Obviously, everybody's all eyes on that again after the bell today. As far as data is concerned, there is no economic data whatsoever on the on the plate today. If you are watching oil, of course, they are at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. We do have EIA oil inventories.
Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be hard to. The headlines are probably gonna dominate on that. But Shai, let's start with oil because it seems like we're kind of back to a situation now where that has the potential to move everything. I mean, I think Craig mentioned that yesterday. Is the complacency that has an opinion in it? Is the sort of calm action we've seen, that idea that we've moved off that, is that getting priced out? When is there a sense? What's the sentiment that you're hearing in the oil market around the situation in Iran now? It seems like that sort of, I don't know if we've seen it reflected in volatility elsewhere, but it seems that people are kind of rethinking this whole scenario now when it comes to traders and investors.
Right. I think that it is the point that you have to. In fact, when we first heard that the Houthis wanted to close the Red Sea, I was talking to a reporter at the Wall Street Journal, quoted in the Wall Street Journal, and I said, everybody's mispricing the risk here. This is huge. And since then, we've been pretty much straight up. And I think people are starting to realize, we wanted to get past the whole straight thing. It's been months. It's been closed. We've moved on. I get it. But now this is a whole new choke point for 7% of global oil flows. Saudi Arabia has been, they've been the way that we've been able to keep most of those GCC barrels in the global oil flows. And if that stops, that is a huge problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you've been pointing this out for so long, the logistic, Tracy. Craig, I guess it's everyone just assumed that it would be sort of a flip, that Trump would say something and then they would back off, and he doesn't want to see the markets fall out of bed. And is it significant that Rubio is the one talking today saying they're not serious? The rhetoric seems to have changed a little bit. Or, is this another sort of tempest in what we will now see as this sort of strange negotiating where they troll each other online and then it flips? Is the market starting to sort of price out that idea that everyone will taco and we'll just move on? It seems like they're starting to.
Yeah, it's taken a while. I think folks got pretty exhausted by the war, right, and the headlines and the impacts and the fact that oil kind of spiked early on in the conflict and for the most part really hadn't been a factor and was sliding, and the president was pushing it lower and was cheerleading lower oil prices and that deals were imminent, and so people kind of got very comfortable that he wasn't going to allow this to spiral out of control again, given all the incentives he has to keep oil prices low into the midterms and inflation down and the like. And so I think there was a just general, to use your word, complacency, by market participants that this isn't going to be a problem. But as time has gone by, we've seen the strikes restart, the rhetoric pick up again, the back and forth, and folks are saying, well, maybe, I don't know, and so it's becoming a little bit more top of mind, and now it's really at the point where it's kind of hard not to really start focusing on it again. And it has implications for everything cross asset, right? We're seeing the bond market continue to weaken. Interestingly, despite the softer than expected inflation prints last week, 10-year yields are higher than they were before the CPI print. 30-year yields are higher than they were before the CPI print. The odds of a July rate hike are starting to creep back in again, and the September rate hike odds are creeping back in again because oil remains elevated. And so it's becoming hard to miss, I think now. I think equity investors have been fortunate that the earnings story is here. And earnings have largely come in better than expected. And so it's given equity investors hope that this really isn't going to matter. And so you've seen these divergences where the equity market has been, largely impervious to higher yields, higher oil, stronger dollar. But, we are getting to price levels now that are making it more difficult for the equity market not to notice. And plus, from a positioning perspective, now that we're through expiry, that's a lot of that supportive positioning is at a cyclical low for the month. So it makes it more likely that broad indices are going to react now to this geopolitical strife that continues to escalate.
Yeah, and I hated using the word complacency because there are some that are making really strong arguments that things are, I don't want to say things are different, but that the world economy is finding a way to get that oil and working around the closure of the strait. And, there's some interesting conversations about that. So I was reluctant to sort of put an opinion on it, but whatever. But just as an explanation, Blake, when you look at the chart, what are we tracking here? Like, are we in a different range now? Is this move significant in any way from a technical point of view?
You mean, are you talking about crude oil?
Crude, yeah, crude.
Oh, crude. Okay, so crude oil, by the way, just hit, and this is overnight, the 50 DMA, and it just like surged past it. And also, we just got past the 38% retracement of the entire move lower. So if you talk about the spike high from back in March to the lows in July, or earlier this month, we just hit the 38% retracement. So where we sit right now is technically very pivotal in the market. And I think the easy money's been made on the bounce. And by the way, Tracy has been just epically calling this move ever since we were, once we closed out what Jim, who's unfortunately not with us today, is famously so-called the war gap. Once we filled that, we've been bouncing quite aggressively. Now, if we get above today's highs, technically that's going to be pretty bullish. And you start fishing around and thinking about what the next stage is of this conflict. I mean, even Tracy, as she was going through the news earlier today, she's like, wait, was that Carg Island? When you start thinking about like boots on the ground, if that becomes a reality, we could see West Texas crude oil trade right back to 100 pretty quick. I would think right back to this 618 retracement up here.
Yeah, this is, this is where I think we're trying to figure out what gets the market moving. And we're sort of seeing drips of that. But yes, if there were any sort of boots on the ground, I think everybody has an idea that would, be a completely different scenario now. Craig, what's the pain point? Chime in on this as well. What's the pain point for the economy? Because even with these higher oil prices and higher gas prices, it seems like the U.S. economy has been managing. Is 100 psychologically significant? Do we have an idea where this starts to really dampen consumer activity? Craig, start first, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I put out a tweet yesterday showing a couple of graphics. If you look at the Red Book sales year over year, they had really started to escalate, very strong into the middle and end of June. Over the course of the last, few weeks, we started to see the rate of year-on-year growth has started to come back in again. We were above double digits for the Red Book weekly sales. Now we're back to kind of below 8%, right? So you're starting to see some sequential deceleration in retail sales on a weekly basis in those reports. I also put a chart out. Bloomberg does a proprietary data source of tracking credit card receipts, and we've seen a pretty sizable deceleration in retail sales over the course of the trailing 28 days year on year. And so I think you're already starting to see that. I had mentioned, I think last week, about the TSA checkpoints are now running down 2% year over year, despite all the World Cup stuff. So I think we're kind of getting there on a lot of the consumer stuff where we're at critical pinch points here with 30-year yields back above 5%. The mortgage market has started to really slow down again. Gasoline prices have resurged back above $4 a gallon and now likely to continue higher as oil prices continue to push. So I think we're getting there. I think the resiliency of the U.S. economy is the AI CapEx story. We've talked about it as nauseum. And I think people are getting blinded, I think, a little bit by the earnings story, right? Earnings broadly have come in better than expected. So it gives you the idea that corporate America and America broadly is doing great. But there is a disconnect here between what companies are doing and what the man on the ground is feeling. And I think we're starting to see a little bit more of that strain. I mentioned yesterday these weekly job numbers from the ADP now are making, I think, 12-week lows. So I think on the margin, you're starting to see signs that the economy is slowing. It's just not slowing rapidly enough for really the Fed or anyone else to care about it. But I think on the margin, we're starting to see some signs.
Yeah. This makes the Fed's job awful tough, Tracy. I mean, I think everyone's still looking for those rate hikes, right? Higher oil prices not going to help if they want to even stay on hold.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he's in a tough position. Obviously, they're going to hold for this meeting, but everybody is, the market still thinks that, they're still pricing in hikes, even though everybody thinks that they will just hold, even with the market pricing in hikes. But the higher these oil prices go, the harder that is going to be to stay, because that filters into everything in the economy. Not to mention the fact that with AI, tech is now becoming an inflationary pressure on the market, where tech used to be deflationary. It is now inflationary. You see Apple raising prices. You just had TSMC come out and say they are going to have to raise their prices. You're hearing about all sorts of different companies that are, throughout that whole supply chain that are going to have to raise prices, not to mention all of the metals needed, copper's, back at $6.50. I think it's still going higher. So you have input costs that are going higher. That's going to feed into broader inflation in the economy. It's going to be tough for Warsh to stay on hold if these trends continue.
Yeah. Some folks in the chat looking for $90 levels. Maybe as
we're there in Brent.
On Brent, right? We're already there
in Brent. The high this morning was. Yeah, the high this morning was 88.61. I think your pain point really is going to be, you don't want globally, you do not want $100 oil or a spike and coming back down. That's fine, but for it to hold any length of time around 100 is terrible for the global economy, particularly emerging markets. You will see growth slow. We will see a recession in some areas of the world. Whether that factors into the U.S. remains to be seen, but that would be bad.
Underscore exclamation point. But you can just imagine the conversation at the White House, because this is not the direction heading into the midterms that you want this going, which is why I think the market had been anticipating that they were going to find a way out, even if it was ugly. I want to switch gears a little bit, though, and bring up, because we have three really important themes running through, right? Oil, yen, and this AI story with tech earnings coming. So let's make sure we hit on those. Blake, you want to walk us through what we're looking for on the yen right now? 40-year lows. I keep thinking I should book a vacation there, but I don't have any time.
Yeah, you should. I mean, this is the perfect time to go watch all those videos on Tokyo and visiting Japan if you want to get there. I mean, the yen's at levels we haven't seen since the 80s, and it's a scary level. And Tracy had brought up some of the headlines that have been surrounding the yen. The fact of the matter is the Ministry of Finance is kind of in a tricky situation, because this acceleration of and let me get over to the yen really quick, just so you guys can see the yen index, the Yendex, if you will. You can see we're at levels we haven't. I keep having to redraw my fib levels because it doesn't really matter. It just continues to grind lower. Anyway, the Ministry of Finance is in a little bit of a pickle here, because as this situation continues to rage on in the Middle East, everybody wants to press yen, but the whole market is short yen. I mean, most speculators are short yen. The Ministry of Finance knows it. They can't really do anything about it, because the market's going to continue to press this yen short situation as long as they know that Japan's got their hands tied with this energy crisis that's unfolding there. And so, if I was the Ministry of Finance and I wanted to intervene, I'd have to wait till there is some sort of serious escalation again. Once you get past that, you get all the speculators in, then it's time to kind of press, go in the other direction. But at the same time, if you're wanting to buy in because you think it's like really inexpensive and being at levels we haven't seen since the 80s, I need to be buying some yen. It's a really hard trade too, because the Ministry of Finance, and the BOJ specifically, they're really good traders. They understand market dynamics. They understand they can't really get in the way, but I can almost guarantee it. If I started selling yen right now, and I let's say I got long the dollar yen at 163, where we currently sit right now, I'm pretty sure the Bank of Japan is going to intervene, like probably within 12 hours of me doing it. So it's kind of you can't really trade it. It's almost an untradeable asset. We hope, as traders, we hope there's some sort of intervention, because if there is an intervention and you see some sort of move that looks like this, like the yen, gets, just starts getting bought up, you want to be on the other side of it as soon as it happens. The hard part is for us as traders is being in front of the computer when that's happening, because it's usually early in the Asian session or sometime late in the Asian session when Europe is starting to wake up, when most of us in North America at least are heading to bed. So it's a really tough market, and it's accelerating, and no one has confidence that the Bank of Japan has any, they have zero appetite to raise interest rates too quickly, as Tracy was pointing out a little bit earlier about rates, because they're still, going through trauma of being in a deflationary and disinflationary environment for the last 3 decades. So.
Yeah, no, that great explanation. I think Kat's in Europe, among other people, traveling. So maybe you have an opportunity if you want to put the yen on your charts. But really good cautionary tale, because you may think that is the thing to do, but you're so right about them. They are more experienced intervening, the Japanese authorities, than anyone else, and they can't change the trends, but they can inflict pain. And so it's just really hard short term, even if the long term, trends working against them.
Right.
Because it's hard to beat the market for an extended period of time, but they do a pretty good job of hurting. Just so we get through it all, Craig, the AI, the tech earnings. Everybody should weigh in on this. What are we looking at? What does the market setup look like ahead of this? Because I've got to think this is going to be sort of super important for the rest of the trading week and maybe for the next few months.
Yeah, I mean, we get Google after the close today, right? It's going to be of paramount importance to get an understanding of, what the growth trajectory looks like, and then what's the CapEx spend? What are they going to announce? What are they going to do? Obviously, they just raised a ton of equity, so the likelihood is they're going to continue to plow money into the CapEx story here. And we saw yesterday a pretty strong day in semis and a recovery day of some of the momentum names and the memory names. And then we're a little bit on the back burner this morning after some weakness overnight in Korea and some of the geopolitical stuff. But, really need to hear from Google. Is there any slowdown in the CapEx? Is there an acceleration? Are the returns coming? What do they think about the Chinese open source LLM competition? So I think, I don't think expectations are super elevated after the momentum unwind we've seen to start the new quarter here. But I think people will be keenly focused on kind of what they have to say. They're in a good position because they've raised a ton of money. So I don't anticipate there's going to be any slowdown in anything that they have to say here. I think maybe next week when you hear from Meta and from Microsoft and from Amazon, companies that are a little bit behind on the Google front, maybe that's where some of the risk to the outlook and to the CapEx plan maybe starts to filter in. I would point out, though, that credit spreads on the AI names now are making wides. Everyone talks about how tight credit spreads are. Credit spreads on the AI bonds are making wides here. And so we're starting to see some strain in the credit markets. Oracle 5-year CDS is above 200 basis points. That's moved about 60 basis points over the course of the last 6 weeks and has accelerated after some of the Chinese LLM news has come out, given the threat to OpenAI. So keep an eye on that credit dynamics in play, because as a credit market starts to weaken, it's going to be harder for the equity market to not notice that.
Yeah, it's a great indicator to watch. Credit default swaps, folks. And if you read the newsletter, this is where it is so valuable, because Craig and Tracy and Anthony and Jim are across all of those sort of mechanics and all of those markets that maybe not all of us watch as closely or have up on our dashboard. And when you see those are, oftentimes early indicators and will flash way before stocks register. What's going on. By the way, I just wanted to mention Macro Sven said ES Asia fade trades have been working great. What do we sort of need to understand about the dynamics of where the market is right now, Craig? If Google's okay, I mean, then they have a balance, they have a sort of, as you said, just a fortress that they're operating under. What is the going to sort of set the tone for markets, and what is the underlying flow situation that we need to understand as we go into it? Are we going in where good news is going to be easily received? Is the bar getting really high because of some of those flow dynamics that you watch? What should we be expecting?
Yeah, I mean, now we're in a situation where some of that supportive positioning after expiry week is not with us anymore. As far as the gamma regime is concerned, we're largely in more of a neutral gamma, but it's asymmetric, right? If we were to start to move lower, we could find ourselves in a negative gamma position much more easily, which means dealers will be trading in the direction of the tape. So that can exacerbate some of the downside. We also have pretty full exposure for CTAs and for vol control funds, which have largely kind of regained a lot of their exposures that were dropped in the second quarter. So they become forced and systematic sellers, the more we go down. So I think with respect to Google, it seems like it's maybe more of a little bit of an idiosyncratic thing here, right? If Google has a great number, we may see a lot of market cap flow back into Google and and that comes out of everywhere else. Because broadly speaking now, I think the indices are poised to move in a little bit more of a correlated fashion, particularly with yields moving higher and energy moving higher. We have the VIX expiry this morning, so now the vol regime can start to trade unmoored as well. And so you have these headline risks, you have some of the geopolitical stuff. I think Trump speaks later this afternoon. So you have to keep in mind whatever he's going to say. So
he speaks whenever he feels like it.
That's for sure true. So it could be one of those situations where strong Google numbers today benefit Google and some of the tech names, relatively speaking, and we see market cap shift out of the IWM, out of the Dow, back into Google, and see some of the underperformance in some of the areas that have been relative outperformers, because the flow regime is starting to look a little bit more adverse over the course of the next couple of weeks here.
Google also is only up like 11% this year, so it hasn't been the beneficiary of kind of those pole vaulting moves some of the other names have made. So if they do come in good, and again, I think people will be really looking for strong growth in their cloud computing business. They want to see money coming in, and that will be an important factor. But again, they're only up 11% this year, so other stocks have soared as much as 65, 70% in the AI story. So you could see kind of money move over to Amazon. Or
we see we've Google, but we have seen a little bit of that rotation back into Mag 7. I see you got a chart up, Blake. What are you looking at?
Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of false breakouts lead to breakdowns, or false breakdowns lead to breakouts. One of the biggest issues that I have with this chart in particular is we did have this false breakout back, earlier this year, a couple months ago, and it should eventually make its way back down below the 200 DMA. Theoretically, I mean, that's the higher probability at this point. But we do have to get through today's earnings and everything else. It's still a nice ascending channel. And guys, believe it or not, I'm old enough to remember when 11% on annually is actually a good rate of return. So
exactly. Real quick, we only have a minute or so left before we move on to our next segment. I wanted to ask you about if you could pull up the gold chart, Blake.
Yeah.
And while you do that, Tracy, we still look like gold woke up a little.
Gold has woken up, and I've been writing about this in the morning note. Guys, sign up for the morning note. We're kind of seeing a little bit of a regime change this week with yields higher, dollar firmer, and gold moving higher, where, higher yields have, we've been seeing that inverse relationship, higher yields, lower gold, we may get rate hikes. Gold doesn't like rate hikes, but that this for the last 3 trading sessions at least, we're seeing the complete opposite happen, and there's sort of that relationship is divorcing, at least for now, which would be very interesting if gold is now back as a safe haven. But we know the fundamentals are there. Central banks are still buying. But, we've had a lot of that bullishness come out of the market, and we are seeing a behavioral difference in relationships with other mechanisms in the market, which is different. So just something to note on gold.
Yeah, Blake, you want to weigh in with what you're seeing on the chart? I know everyone has been, or the sort of gold, investors have been waiting for this turn, wondering if it put in a bottom. Does it look like it has?
I mean, I think it's put in at least a tradable bottom. I don't know how much, but I want to reiterate what Tracy's saying. This is very much a yield story right now. So, so the move higher in yields is I'm surprised it hasn't suppressed gold a little bit more. Yeah. So, and that's the thing about summer trading. You guys also have to keep in mind we're in like knee deep in the summer. So a lot of the correlations that you might be accustomed to throughout the course of the rest of the trading. Rest of the year, they're just not as strong during these times. Very much the market's flow driven. So right now, gold looks pretty good, and I love the fact that it's held above 4,000. The dips below 4,000 have been bought. I'd be a little bit more constructive if we get above this 4,250 level. We start making higher highs. That technically that's usually a pretty good thing, and you can see we're trying to come out of a descending wedge, and a descending wedge by default is a bullish setup. So so it's looking better. Let's just looking the best it's looked in a long time. Let's put it that way.
Put that on the dashboard. All right. Thanks so much, Blake and Craig. Appreciate you. We'll see you online.
See you tomorrow.
Let's see who's on the lineup for the day today. In just a moment, Rod Adams will be joining us. Pharm is going to be here for Tape Talk. So as usual, drop your questions in the chat if you have any specific ones. Trade the Open is with Kane and Leo. Midday Markets is XY, Nick for a Tick, and Stowe. And Trading the Close will be Salma, Joey, and Jack. All right. Let's bring in our guest, Rod Adams, managing partner at Nuclear Capital. You can find him on X at Atomic Rod. Hey, Rod, it's great to see you.
Hey, Maggie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Interesting day for you to be with us. Looks like the U.S. It's so funny, the headline situation we're in now. It seems like a million years ago, but I was running around New York City yesterday, came home and saw the U.S. inked a huge deal with Saudi Arabia. What's your take?
Yeah, it's been in the works for, a decade or more. It is what's called a 1-2-3 agreement, which is a bilateral agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia to develop Saudi Arabia's nuclear industry.
Excellent. I had a question. So, we know that nuclear goes in and out of favor with investors. Looking at the charts, right? But, considering all of this data center build out that we're going to need, I just posted something, we need 194 gigawatts of power by, the end of the decade, which we certainly don't have. Why do you think, some of the names have just not gotten any love lately?
Well, just a year ago, nuclear was the hottest thing on the market in terms of some very amazing runs among the only 3 companies that were nuclear pure plays that were available. And I think that was partly a supply-demand story. There just weren't enough stocks, and there was a lot of people who wanted to buy them. So names like Oklo, NuScale, Nano got bid up quite high. I think in numbers of something like 800 to 1,000% gains in a year, which is pretty amazing. But I think traders go in and out of nuclear. I think that long-term investors have recognized that nuclear fission is here to stay. It's been producing commercial power for 70 years, and the world needs a lot of power, a lot of energy, and we prefer it to be clean. So nuclear hits those wickets.
Yeah, Rod, I feel like there were an awful lot of headlines about this being a kind of new chapter. Where are we in terms of government support, or really, we should probably talk about state support because
Hmm.
it's more of a state issue, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, than federal. But where are we with permitting and regulation? And are we fast tracking things in the way that I think people were hoping and anticipating given the supply needs?
Absolutely. For the last eight years or so, the bipartisan consensus in Washington is that we need nuclear and we need to think about ways to enable it to prosper and not hamstring it with illegitimate or burdensome regulations. Regulations that help make sure that safety is assured, but that allow nuclear to be developed. And one of the biggest examples in the past year has been in May. President Trump issued 4 executive orders aimed at enabling nuclear to prosper. And one of those orders set up a program to allow the approval for test reactors, for demonstration or pilot reactors. And it set a goal. It said, here, we're going to select these 11 projects that people have submitted to us. Of those 11, we want 3 of them to go critical. In other words, be completed in enough fashion with the right valves, pumps, control systems, and everything to go critical by July 4th, 2026. And most of my colleagues in the nuclear field said, 26, is that a misprint? And it should be 28, 29, 30. No, 26. And by the way, the nuclear industry, particularly the startups in the nuclear industry, stepped up and 4 reactors went critical before July 4th. I was privileged to be there for 2 of them, the criticalities. The fourth one occurred at 12:20 a.m. on July 4th. It was pretty cool to be out in the desert in Idaho watching this thing happen.
I can imagine.
That is pretty cool. So when do we see these become commercially available and up and running? Because it seems like there is, again, no stopping this data center build out, and we are having problems. They're talking about breaking up FERC and having problems at PJM. So we need power. When is it coming?
Well, it does take time to go from a demonstration to a commercial product, no matter what kind of product you're talking about. If you're talking about a big screen television or a computer or whatever it is, it takes time. There's some steps along the way. There's some practice. But one of the companies, a company that went critical called Allo at 12:20 on the 4th of July, intends to have a power producing reactor demonstration still operating in the Idaho desert next to a small data center next year, July 2027. And that they're going to build on what they've already produced, and they're producing the parts for their power system mostly in their own factory. And so they'll have power being produced. Oh, by the way, there was a power reactor demonstration during the month of June. A small company called Valor had a reactor down in Utah, and they produced enough electricity to power an NVIDIA chip. And I was there when the NVIDIA and Valor guys put on a little skit to show how they were going to do this, and they made a big show, but it was good. They produced power, and the NVIDIA chip was powering their website so they could sell some merchandise.
This is so interesting, Rod. Are the pace cars on this, the companies that are able to get something for these tests on this aggressive timeline, are they all small startups and private? And if so, are they sort of immediate acquisition targets because of the sort of the marketplace?
The companies that are moving really fast are producing small reactors. Logically enough, it's easier to produce a small power system than a big power system. There is plenty of activity in the somewhat larger range. Company like X Energy or TerraPower. X Energy just went public recently, came to the public market with a valuation in the $4 billion range, maybe a little bit more. And they're doing well. They've got a project they're working with Dow Chemical in Texas to produce 320 megawatts using 4 units that will produce more heat for use in the chemical factory that Dow has there than electricity, but it'll produce electricity as well. It's a high temperature gas reactor. TerraPower is a company that is famously partly owned by Bill Gates. They're producing a 345 megawatt nuclear plant that's also connected to a large storage system, thermal storage system that allows to flex up and down, go as high as 500 megawatts when the power peaks. That system's already under construction. Now, in terms of whether these companies are acquisition targets or not yet, but they're certainly public market targets. Valor, the company that did the power reactor demonstration, recently announced that they're looking at a next round of financing, and that round of financing may value them at $6 billion. I think they want to raise, I don't know, 500 million or something, and be a company valuation of $6 billion. Oklo is over $12 billion right now. So this is happening. These are going, and the investors, the long-term investors, are really excited about the fact that nuclear fission may be the next fire.
And we had a question from our chat that said, how far out are fusion reactors still? Any idea for commercial use on those?
Commercial fusion for producing energy, my view, is at least a decade, probably more like 2 to 3 decades away. Now, there are companies that are using fusion to produce something else of very high value, not energy, but a fusion reaction produces a high energy neutron, which is very valuable for doing inspections and imaging of parts that are very hard to get to and can't be done with X-rays, because X-rays can't penetrate metal, but neutrons can. So that they use a neutron for that. They also use neutrons for things like transmuting nuclear waste into something more valuable. Fascinating. But that use of fusion is happening today. The company is doing fusion all the time. They're just using the neutrons rather than the energy.
So wild. I can imagine anybody who's thinking about career, you'd want to be thinking in this space because there's so much amazing stuff happening, kind of cutting edge, which is so needed. And I know there's a talent gap, but I want to ask you about something else.
And by the way, I just want to break in. Yeah. You don't need to be a nuclear engineer to work in nuclear. About maybe 5 to 6% of the workforce in nuclear have nuclear engineering degrees. A world of other skills needed, from machinists to electricians to fabricators to business development people, all kinds of folks. You don't need a nuclear engineering degree. I, by the way, don't have a nuclear engineering degree, although I served as an engineer on a nuclear submarine. I have a bachelor's degree in English.
As all the best ones do, Rod. Liberal arts. Can't say enough about it. But I wanted to ask you about backlash, because on a high level, I think we all know we need the energy, but there is a growing, not in my backyard movement against the data centers. Is there a risk, even though at a federal and state, and maybe even on a sort of national polling level, everyone's like, yes, we need more energy, we don't want higher energy prices, until they go to put it in your backyard, and then everyone's like, hang on, I don't know that I'm on board with this. Is that a risk for this industry now, once again?
It's absolutely a risk, and it's one of the things that I've been cautioning everybody in my space not to tie ourselves too tightly to data centers. There's lots and lots. Everybody needs energy. Data center is just one customer base, and it's not even a very big one on the big scale of things. We are reshoring manufacturing. We are going to charge our electric cars. We're changing from furnaces to electric heat pumps. There's all kinds of reasons, and we pretty much have used up all of the efficiency gains that came to us by the amazing invention of LED light bulbs. That did an amazing reduction in our energy use per unit of light. But that's gone. We've all installed all the LEDs we can, And of course, now people are getting to the point where they're saying, hey, that LED is really efficient. That means I can leave it on all night, right? So, so yes, we have that problem. The other thing is, Maggie, I get bashed sometimes for reminding people of this. Some people do like high energy prices.
Which would
They're
be
called ExxonMobil,
yeah, the
Chevron,
producers exactly.
Aramco, Rosatom. There's lots of
Although
people.
it's like the sweet spot, right? OPEC found that out. Like high to a point,
Oh yeah,
because if it's too high, then you kill demand. So it's, but I get your point. They have a vested interest in sort of elevated energy
right.
prices.
But think about what happens to LNG if there's a small shift in the power demand and the balance between supply and demand. Prices can go very high quickly, but they can also fall pretty quickly. And in the US, heck, what happened to oil during COVID? It went negative for a little while. I mean, people, and that was only with about a 5 to 10% shift. Build a
So
few
that's
nuclear
interesting.
power
You
plants,
see
and
a setup
suddenly,
with vested interest pushing back against innovation. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen it.
no, not the first. And I mean, vested interests have always been taught in business school, raise the barriers to entry, keep those new competitors out, do whatever you can to protect your markets, build a moat around it. All that stuff is, hey, that's part of the classroom.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Rod, fascinating and a really good time to check in on what's happening in the nuclear space. I hope you'll come back again soon.
Invite me and I'll come back.
Awesome
Thank you.
stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Shai, that's an interesting point. We talk about it all the time when we're talking about crypto and TradFi and some of these other spaces. It's kind of the first time I've heard somebody bring up the idea that a vested interest could, maybe not be so on board with energy solutions. It's kind of interesting.
Also, yep, I agree with that. It is true.
I know, and you would know since half those people are in your chat, as we know. So, Shai, thanks so much. Appreciate it. We'll see you online. All right, let's go to Pharm for Tape Talk. Hey, Pharm, how you doing?
Morning. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thanks. What are you watching today? Looks like we got some action. We got oil. We got the yen. We have earnings. What's on your radar?
I'm looking at my sell button rather fondly this morning. I'm kidding, but not kidding. I'm actually going to lead with gold today because Tracy stole my thunder, and that's very exciting to me because she's a lot smarter and better looking than I am. So, yeah, I mean, yesterday, dollar up, crude up, yields up, gold up all of a sudden was definitely new. I mean, it is still in this multi-week balance range, but the fact that it's acting better. I think I talked about this a couple of weeks ago and then, ended up getting bagged. But, it just been showing some subtle signs of acting a little bit better, right? Acting well when it shouldn't. Whereas previously it was acting poorly when it should have acted well, right? Like geopolitical risk, like you think gold's going to do okay and it's just getting smoked. Now it seems to be on and off, acting well when it should act poorly. And I think you got to ask yourself why. And that may have something to do with equities, I think. But we'll see, right? So I do like this balance. I think working with this balance is fine. I like the boomer that I am, I jettisoned my GDX before vacation because I didn't want to hold a bag on vacation. I just don't do that, right? If I'm close to my break even, I don't hold bags and completely forgot about it. Now I'm back and I'll be looking to add that. So gold looks very constructive. It's not going anywhere. Like Blake said, I mean, it's got to get back above about 42.50. But I mean, really this multi-week balance range comes up to 42.38, like at least, right? So that's what's ultimately going to matter. We could come down again and sweep out these lows. We've got a couple of relative equal lows, but it's a decent low. So you could work against the bottom. You could try to buy dips in the middle. It's generally not the best play, but if you're seeing constructive action, catch a constructive dip in an uptrend, I think that's fine. Work towards the top of the range. Ultimately, we'll need to break the top of the range, and I don't really have a whole lot more else to say about gold.
I want to ask you a question about that though, because we saw earlier in the year a lot of sort of momentum players get involved with metals, and the sense is they've all been washed out. But is there a possibility if it starts to move that we see things happen quickly? Or do you feel like it's a little bit different with gold? Do we see that kind of momentum trade come back in? What would you be looking for to get a sense of that?
That's another excellent question from Maggie this morning. You're on one today. I love it. I was certainly in the can, right? I feel like the momentum trade might be a little bit busy receiving their margin calls on some of their memory to chase into gold, but like they seem to recover quickly, right? So maybe they would chase into gold as well. I would prefer they not if I'm in it until later. Let's let them chase it at like 5,000, right? Let's get in, around 4,000. Let them come in around 5,000 and chase it to 6. That'd be fantastic. So always possible. If so, I think it ends up getting sold again. It's a situation where, like, let's say equities see some kind of a risk-off situation here and gold performs well, and maybe that's the clue that gold is trying to give us here. What happens then when equities find their feet? Does gold sell off again? And maybe that's the higher low, like with the best entry to get in for sort of a longer term swing. So I think eyes on it. You've got time. Again, it's a multi-week balance. It's not going anywhere just yet. If it does break this to the upside, it should not be a small move, I think.
Awesome stuff.
I'm going to flip over to crude again, just real quick before I get to equities. I know most of the traders are trading equities. This needs to be the top in crude. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it needs to be. This is an absolutely massive spot up here into 88.69 roughly. These are weekly profiles. I talked about on Sunday, maybe Monday. We had broken this multi-week balance range. So similar to gold, right? Slightly different structure of its balance, but broke that to the upside, and that sort of needed to fail, or you're going to get one of these moves. And here we are with this big move higher. On monthly profiles, it's an absolutely massive spot. And if it doesn't stop here, it can have some serious legs higher. It's still going to have to get back below. Let's zoom in just a little bit. Call it this 81 spot. Just call it 81. It's fine. It's going to have to get back into this multi-week balance range, offer this week's low eventually, because this is the breakout week, to really negate this strength. But I just don't think you want to see it bid through these 88.69s. That could maybe start then to matter more for equities. You see, like, I think it was Craig asking about, like, wow, is this crude strengthening away in equities? At one point in time, it was insanely correlated. It just hasn't been. You can see like ES just kind of doing its own thing, even with this weakness overnight in NQ. It's just like, whatever, I'll just hang out here. I feel like maybe if it bids through these 88.69s meaningfully, maybe that changes. But so far, equities have continued to do their own thing. And I'm still just really dead focused on what NQ is doing as it pertains to equities. Because again, like, we've seen this massive dispersion into options expiration. We're like still kind of seeing it here overnight, right? Where ES is fine. Sort of non-tech components are fine. ES is a little weak, but nothing crazy compared to NQ. And I think NQ makes this is a decision point to me for NQ for the next 800, probably. I mean, we'll do a little F around and find out with tech earnings. But to me, I mean, the same profiles that I've been looking at that just haven't bothered updating. Leg up from year-to-date low on the left to current, and then leg down from the current high, basically on the right. And we saw all this massive buying that I nicknamed Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the gates to hell, right? Basically in this range that we've come into. So I feel like, first of all, finding a sell response here is to be expected on some level, right? So I've got a couple of competing thoughts in my head here that I'll get to with the weekly profiles. But I generally think there's potential for, if this continues to offer resistance, to come back to the lows. And if this can firmly bid, I see no reason it's not coming to 30,069. Of course, there's spots in between, but generally that's a big picture view. So to me, again, all eyes on NQ, and what it decides to do into and out of these tech earnings it's gonna be very, very important.
Go ahead. Pharm. What else are you watching? I'm just looking at some headlines while that happens.
Sure.
I don't know if you're watching yields. Like, are you? Because Craig was saying everything. Actually, the whole panel kind of feeling like, including Blake, things were kind of keying off of yields as well as those tech earnings. That kind of double story. Is that an issue for you?
Yeah, again, like if we get a technical break, I mean, if you look at ZB, it's kind of coming into its lows. It hasn't broken, right? Each time it comes down there, it just finds its feet and just finds a way to not have yields completely break out. I do think if there is a massive breakout in yields that equities will care. Until then, I think it can flirt around the bottom of its recent range and equities will mostly shrug it off. We saw a trend day up yesterday in equities, right? Like, I mean, yields were screaming. And again, dollar up, yields up, crude up, gold up, and equities are like, yee, I'm just going to go to the moon. It's like, well, yeah, it smells like bullshit. And here we are down quite a bit overnight. So, but I think they really will care if that sees a meaningful technical break. On the weekly profiles on NQ, the competing thoughts again in my head, as I mentioned on Sunday night and Monday, like we had this nice looking low on Friday. And that would give bulls something to work with, right? Work against. And so this 28,691 to 718 spot was big for me, maybe just below there. And you can see it held Sunday night. It held again Monday night. I wasn't on yesterday morning. Here we are on Wednesday. And look at this bid, just this maniacal bid that came off that 691, 718 spot. So it's like, that's a pretty strong bid. They're working against it slow. But then you come up here and you look up top. You've already shifted weekly VPOC up here, like literally to me, right in the exact spot where sellers would redistribute this thing, right? Trapping out the longs from last week in this upper distribution. Again, to expect some selling, some kind of a supply response there, I think is expected. Is it like these bulls that are already redistributing, in which case that's probably not good? Or is it just your typical supply response? And these bulls are going to step in and defend some kind of a higher low. So this was a little bit risky to me and continues to be so. I still feel like these two weekly levels, they correspond to that higher time frame chart that I just showed. I think it decides generally the move. I mean, again, there are some spots that it could fail higher, but if you're seeing persistent strength above, just call it 29,400 if you like. I, of course, have 369 to 397. I think bulls have the ball, and it's their ball to lose, right? If we continue to remain trapped below this 247 to 269 for today and moving forward this week, then it could be problematic. If you just do some profile math, right, you just mentally add these profiles together. You could do a rolling like 5 or 10 or something like that. It might be a little bit cleaner, but you can see you've got build lower relative to this profile off to the left in the primary distribution here. So this is the spot. This was a spot for sellers to come in and sell it, and they have done that. So that's the risk here, that we then come back down into these lows and find out if these buyers were serious. Yes, just real quick, same kind of idea, right? It's not quite as clean. I use that wide RTH bear gap as my weekly level here on ES, but same type of thing. We're locking out buyers from last week. And like if you just look further left, especially on NQ, it's not just last week, right? It's like it's many, many weeks of longs that are now trapped, and that is problematic. So getting into today, and a couple of setups. Like I mentioned, I'm most interested in my sell button, but we've done a lot of that already, right? So, and I don't really love, shorting the whole necessarily here, but I do feel like generally, I think two-way trading, but I'm going to favor the sell button really until 247 to 269 is reclaimed, I think. So we've got this 945 to 969 that we just tagged. I don't know if we've got some news that you can pump in here. This is a good way to put in a low, is just get some news tape bomb that gets sell side tape bomb that gets bid. So I'll have to look at that after we get off here. But I'm generally watching that. We're going to have to watch yesterday's low, right? Do we open on a true gap down on NQ? Right now, we're opening below yesterday's low. We've got 32 minutes or whatever left here. Play the rules of a true gap down. We're running out of time, so I won't reiterate that, but we've been over it a number of times. That's how I'll play NQ. We reclaim yesterday's low. I think probably come up towards this 181 spot, roughly. And then from there, maybe we can test the big 247 to 269, where I would be looking to potentially sell. but suddenly less interested if it's a gap down buy situation. So play NQ is a true gap. Yes, I mean, basically just wicked through yesterday's low. So, I mean, this is important, where whatever this bomb was here.
Yeah, while you look at the chart, let me just read for everybody. Tracy's in the chat. It's a Trump Truth Social post. From this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant.
Oh, so he bought calls. Got it. Right. Yeah. Whenever, the rhetoric escalates, he bought calls. Okay. That's going to really annoy me if he just put in the bottom there. So, I mean, we just swept out yesterday's cash hours low on ES on this massive tape bomb, this horrible news of the end of the world. And we traded below it by like a couple of ticks. So, not too excited over that. So let's watch this 75.09 to 75.13 can come right back up to 75.30s. If so, if that's defended, then probably rotational back to 75.09 to 13. It's ES still needs to bid through these 48s though, and really 58 through yesterday's high. It still remains trapped just like NQ. So I think sellers are in control, and I honestly hate to see that sell side tape bomb that we just saw. So that could screw things up a little bit. So that might change my bias, and I've got about 30 minutes to decide.
Okay, well, we're gonna let you get to it because it's scramble time. This is always kind of the environment we're in, but love the real time analysis, Pharm. Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right. Can't even recap because we're kind of hit the reset button now with that news that flowed. It's going to have an impact on things. But coming into the session, certainly a jump in oil prices pressuring U.S. stocks. The NASDAQ was the weakest ahead of some really important tech earnings after the bell, including Alphabet, which is Google, which is going to be huge. But, Tracy always reminds us of this. We are in a headline-driven environment. So you're going to have to really pay attention to how that affects everything as we head through the session, because we've got to wait till after the close for Alphabet. All right, everybody, it's going to be a wild one. Good luck to you all. It's time to trade the open with Kane and Leo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing well. Swell. Well.
I was yeah, I'm good. I was long into that that candle lower, but luckily for me, I seem to have escaped it with some sort of semi-decent stop out. I thought I got slipped, but apparently I was the first one in the queue there, so yeah, I got lucky, I think. But I got immediately long straight at basically after when I realized what it was. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to long 29K. We had like now 3 looks at it lower. Now we just push higher. I think, into 9 o'clock basically here. I think we could just rebalance and potentially not gap down. We'll see. Doubt it though, but we'll see. What about you? Have you done anything?
Nothing yet. Just pulled up the charts. I'm really, really contemplating whether I kind of want to be biased to the long side here this morning. Just because we are at the bottom of this balance range. We've already peaked below it. Yesterday's kind of trend day up got sold overnight. And so it's like we're waking up, from the overnight action here at support. So, I'm just considering this kind of area support. And so I guess if we do see sellers go crazy at the open, I'll definitely jump in that because we'll be breaking that balance. But I think I'm going to kind of look for this to be bid out of the open this morning.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think yesterday was like a day where they could really prove to everyone that it was going to go lower, and they didn't. Monday was pretty clean for me. Everyone was aiming for that Friday high, and it didn't trade, and then it immediately traded lower. And then I basically said to myself, okay, well, based on today's close, all we've done is bid it up overnight and sell it through the morning session and into the close. If they bid this and keep going, they'll, maybe they'll try at the high, and if they fail, they fail. And that kind of just led me to be bullish now for practically until they break from here.
Yeah.
Similarly, like kind of a similar fashion to obviously before in last year when we went down quite a decent chunk. When we start to break back into balance or back into the range, I kind of faded that one too many times and didn't get bullish at the lows like I probably should have. I'm kind of learning now that this is a good place to be bullish, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's fine. But yeah, that's kind of my thesis. Anyway, sorry to mix it up on everyone. Just wanted to go into the market first because I was long, and obviously we got some news as we were coming on air. So yeah, prop talk. We're live every Wednesday. And me, Leo, and normally Delhi, but Delhi just seems to escape us now every other week. Don't know what he's doing. Apparently, he's in Chicago working. Apparently, I don't believe him. Chat, I don't know about you, but every Wednesday
he made time to get on with AJ yesterday in the new NT Live Discord.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna leave. That's it, guys. That's it. That's all from this session. See you all next week. Have a good one. No, anyway, in all seriousness, yeah. So Leo and I do NinjaTrader prop segment every Wednesday. I go over the headlines and the behind the scenes, and Leo goes over tech. Leo, anything on the tech side? I think we had a pretty juicy update last week into the forms of the
after last
platform.
week's update, we need to chill out a little bit. I don't have anything.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eye on the product Slack channel. Luckily, we haven't got shouted at yet. Anyway, carrying on from last week, obviously the big focus point last week was Alpha Futures revoking their premium plan and also losing their NinjaTrader agreement, that coming to an end, whatever. However, the dialogue since then is everything's okay at Alpha Futures. They kind of wanted to pull the plaster off and get everything out in the open, but they've got the money. They're going to refund people. And they basically are just asking people to be patient, right? So the refunds are being paid. And then they came out and said, actually, all these pending payouts that we voided, we're also going to honor them. So I think that overall it's not the best because I think there is this like niche group of people that were eligible for payouts, hadn't submitted them, that are kind of getting like the rough end of the stick. But anyone that had a requested payout in, it had been approved, is now getting paid. They say that. We don't know that for sure as of right now, because we haven't seen any. But the reality there is I feel pretty confident they're going to pay people. Why would they go back on it now? Doesn't make much sense to do that. So I feel pretty confident about that, but we'll keep watching it. And then speaking on payouts, TBT finally automate their payout system. So TBT daily payouts, super quick, etc. The thing that let them down all of the time was it took a while for the payouts to get approved. So daily payouts ended up becoming weekly payouts because they took 48 to 3 days to get 4 hours to 3 days.
Daily payouts weren't daily.
They were, but the gotcha thing was here, right? Was you would request a payout and it would be approved into your wallet, and then removing the money from your wallet to your actual bank took a couple of days. So daily payouts from your account were right, but to your bank, nah, not really, But the daily payouts were obviously their whole thing. So I think that automating their payout structure is good for them. I think faster payouts in the space is obviously just a must now. Everyone's trying to do it. Everyone's going in that direction. And also manual payouts, room for ambiguity, etc. Automatic payouts, if you can request it and it's there, it will get approved. So I think having some sort of automation is better for the trader, less worry, less room for error, etc. And then the big one, actually, this is pretty big. This is actually massive, right? So we saw on Twitter that Lucid Trading announced, well, through various sources, but obviously from Lucid themselves, they crossed $450 million in trader payouts, which is absolutely insane. Including over 100 million in the last 30 days alone. So I mean, it's pretty massive. I mean, it's like $500 million at this point. That's probably like a week ago. This time at the end of this time next week, maybe it'll be at like $500 million, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. It's just absolutely nuts. And on top of that, they shipped a mobile app. I haven't checked the mobile app too much yet, but ultimately, I think as a firm, they're first pretty much in all aspects, right? They're the number one right now from a payout perspective, from a traffic perspective, from a popularity perspective. And they're just pushing, they're innovating on all fronts. So I think that's really good. And then last but not least, actually, there's a few other things, actually. I apologize. Futures Elite rebuild their Prime and ease their rules across the board. So their Prime accounts, they ease some of the rules and they rebuilt those plans with 3 sizes, 50K, 100K, and 150K. They're a net new firm. If you want to check them out, please do. They have a pretty good reputation coming from CFDs, but they're a net new firm. E8 dropped their Zero Max plan to its lowest price yet. They rebuilt their Zero plan to the whole like zero rules, and then they released like this max version of it, which just meant that you can trade silly size with no rules and basically take payouts on it. I don't know how popular the plan is going to be, but it's there for the traders. It's really expensive because it has no rules. The end. I don't think it needs too much more covering than that. If you're interested in that, check it out. You'll be pretty uninterested when you realize the price. And then Leo, I thought we should end on this because it's just convenient. It's funny, right? You know, we took little fun jibey comments at Top Step Josh for Top Step Labs. Autoflow Labs, the lab now, Top Step Labs, and now there's a fourth. There's funded Next Labs.
Everyone's doing labs.
Everyone's doing labs. I'm sending cease and desist out the door tonight.
I started it in 2021, just for the record.
Yeah, I'm sending cease and desist out the door tonight. You can co-sign them. But yeah, there's this whole new like theme of trying new plans. Of trying new plans and basically going from there. Sorry, my phone is calling right now. Trialing new plans and basically just teasing them across the board. So Top Step have been doing that, and now Fun and Next are doing it. I think the reality is this is their way of running like interim sales or doing certain things, and yeah, and that's basically it from me. It's pretty lengthy update, but I just wanted to get everything across to everyone.
That's a lot of information. The Lucid mobile app received 34,000 downloads on the first day, which is insane to me. That's a lot of downloads.
30, how many?
34,000.
That's a lot. I mean, that's like a football stadium of people, no? Well, a small one, but it's still a lot of fucking people. Damn. Okay. I'm just trying to. A lot of grays. What do you mean, lot of grays? I haven't got a chat open.
The grays versus the greens cast system in the Lucid Discord.
Oh yeah. I'm just opening the chat. How much of that 450 mil was paid to AJ's mom? I heard like 420 of it at least. But she's a great trader, so she deserves it. Okay, I'm long off this low. I was originally long off of it over here. I got stopped out here, basically break even. And then now I'm long again. I was long overnight as well here, long off this low. I covered at this high, tried to get short and failed. So I think it's a two-way take right now, but we shall see because I'm not confident in it either.
Been what's your plan for single stock futures, Kane?
I'll trade some evals. I don't really plan on it depends, right? Depends how like the flow I'm in. Right now, I'm not like in a like super like trade the market all day every day. I'm like kind of trying to hit it and get out, you know?
Mhm.
So it depends how it flows. I'll obviously look at it. I'll 100% try a bunch of evals that offer it so that, you know, I can get some taste for it. But I don't know how much I'll love it. You know, I'm going to be pretty annoyed if I'm long Nvidia and it's tanking and the whole of the rest of the market's going up. You know what I mean? Where like indices kind of like Nvidia's tanking, fuck it,
Yeah,
who cares? Everything
they have
else
their
is
own
up.
drivers. Yeah.
Yeah, everything else is going up. So like don't know. Like I feel like I'm gonna have to be spread too thin. Suddenly, I'm gonna go from one screen, two assets to two screens, fundamentals on the left. You know, understanding what news events are happening over here and doing this and doing whatever, like earnings and oh, actually, semiconductors now really affects Nvidia alone or what? You know, like it's already messy just explaining it. You know, so what about you?
I'm going to dive in 100% single stock futures all the way.
Nvidia Maxi now?
I mean, we're gonna get I'm gonna dig in, and you know, I may make a lot of money, I may lose a lot of money, but I'm I just want to get in there and, you know, see what's good with the order flow and single stock futures. How fast
Yeah.
will single stock futures come to the prop? I know of one prop firm that is going to offer it
Out the
probably
gate.
about, you know, at some point very soon.
Hmm.
Have you looked into how SSF went in South Korea? Went big for them? I I haven't.
I think the thing is single stock futures has been tried in the US before, and they notoriously failed at it, right? But I think they learnt a lot. So we shall see. AT&T single stock futures. Why AT&T?
This whole doesn't move.
It doesn't move.
It's a joke about age.
Okay.
They were listed on One Chicago and there was no liquidity. Well, that will be different. These are going to be on the CME exchange, and there are liquidity providers that are committed. Oh, SSF pulled volume from index like cannibalized. ES might not be affected as much, but NQ could due to the book depth. Interesting.
Honestly, I doubt it. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it plays out. I mean, look, the CME are really proud of how much they pay the market makers to make a market on the CME products,
Mhm.
even the ones that are really illiquid, because they're so proud to use it as an excuse when I ask them why they're charging me thousands of dollars for data. And they say, "Oh, you want these really liquid markets? Well, you've got to pay for it." So, if single stock
Got to pay
futures
for it.
exactly. If single stock futures suddenly make indices illiquid, I will be kicking off personally. You'll be seeing me in Chicago protesting.
I would like to protest the current weather conditions here. It was 107 degrees yesterday.
That's hot.
It's one way to put it.
Fucking hell. That's like stepping outside into an oven.
Yeah.
Jeez. Jeez Louise. Well, we're setting up for this could be a pretty bearish day, Leo.
My pool air conditioning is not installed yet. So
Wait. Sorry.
my pool is 94 degrees.
Your pool air conditioning, you just said, no?
Pool cooler, chiller. Somebody said air conditioning.
You air condition your pool?
Kane, it was 94
I
degrees in
know,
my pool yesterday.
That's warm for water. That's like,
You
I don't
wouldn't
want
know if it was a bathtub or a pool.
yeah. Well, yeah, so I have a story, right? When we last went to Miami, we had a hot tub with a pool, right? Like they were joined. And the guy was like, "Yeah, you just point the remote at the hot tub and it will turn the hot tub up." Sweet. What he didn't tell us is if you point it at the pool, it also turns the pool up. So we sat there turning the temperature on the hot tub up, and like I'm like not turning up the temperature on the hot tub, I'm turning it up on the pool. Wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh, maybe just go for a nice swim, jump in the pool. It's like a fucking bath. Like I'm actually like it's. I got in and I got out and I was sweating how hot I was.
Oh
Like
my
it was
God.
that hot. And I was like, for fuck's sake. And it took, and honestly, we didn't have the heating on. It took like 3 days to cool down.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Just get a block of ice delivered. So like every day I'm gonna have ice delivered.
just have a subscription from the North Pole.
Subscription from the ice company. Yeah, could you just dump that in my pool every day?
So I like the Shits and Gigs podcast. I do actually. They're quite funny.
Wait, what's that about?
It's just two English guys called their podcast is called Shits and Gigs, but
Oh,
they're just funny. They're actually get some chuckles out of it, you know. Back in the day, affluent Midwesterns needed pool warmers. Damn. Was that like a job or it was an appliance? And bearish yet? Nah, not bearish right now. I think I get bearish yesterday's open. Great call on my entry. Thanks. Chat, I'm going to just forewarn everyone, and Leo included. I quit vaping. My patience is a lot less. So if I don't answer some questions, forgive me for a few days or for like the next week. Yeah, I'm just way more grouchy and way more susceptible to rage bait. Okay? So let's just be nice and let's all get along. Throw a patch in your gullet. I look healthier already. Munchies, yeah. I've been so fucking hungry, by the way.
wait. You quit vaping?
Yeah, quit vaping. Yep, no more vape. In fact, there's not even a vape around me. Like I can't even be tempted.
When was your date of quit?
We quit. I say we, me and my friend Ollie, we both quit on Monday. My vape had died, and I was like, that's it. It's just going in the bin.
Monday.
I quit nicotine, and oh my gosh, bro, I'm starving 24/7, by the way. Like, actually, I don't know how you guys eat this much. So 2 days, I quit, bro. That's it. You will not catch me vaping ever again. That's it.
It takes 72 hours for all of the nicotine to leave your bloodstream. I found that was the hardest part when I quit. I quit 9 years ago. And then after that, it's not that bad.
Yeah. And I go to Turkey tomorrow, actually. So I
Turkey?
literally, yeah, I'm going to Turkey. I'm going to Istanbul for the weekend. So I actually don't even. I'm not. That's it.
Kane is a quitter.
I'm a quitter. I saved my vape for the NinjaTrader 250 subs giveaway. I can dig one out. It just won't have any juice, you know. Those fucking Turkish vapes are good. Hair transplant? No, I'm not getting. I'm not getting a hair transplant. I've got good hair. Did you quit alcohol as well? I don't really drink. If you ask AJ that, he'll tell you because he always takes the piss the fact that I'm like, should we go out? We go out, and then like 20 minutes, half an hour into everyone getting drunk, I always dip to go to sleep. Dude, everyone in Istanbul smokes. Bad timing. Yeah, I know. I'm literally going Thursday and flying back Sunday. Time to make a coffee. I'd have one as well, please. Thank you. 6 minutes.
Do you drink your coffee black or with cream or sugar?
Cream. But like actually, I'm more of like an almond milk guy.
Oh, I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because milk from almonds is really good.
Are you like trolling? Brother, I don't want to be rage bait today. We're friends, all right? I'm going through a traumatic experience in my life. I want you to support me right now. I don't want you to throw I don't want you to throw chemical milk or almond milk, this milk, that milk, whatever.
Do you know what's
The
actually
end.
like what I really like that I don't want to like is I don't ever have it around the oat milk.
Yeah.
Oat milk is so good, but
It's
it's
good
got so
because
much sugar.
yeah, and the thing is you can really taste the sugar though.
Hmm.
Yeah. If I want like a sweet drink, I would have like an oat latte because it's sweet, you know, like it's just straight out. Chat, you guys are seriously weird. I'm a full fat milk enjoyer normally, just not in my coffee. I just don't enjoy it in my coffee normally.
I drink my coffee black.
Yeah, see, I can't do that actually. Um, I don't know. Bro, C3 will be the best decision you ever make. I quit smoking probably about 7 years ago, like smoking cigarettes 7 years ago. And I quit cold turkey New Year's Eve and I didn't think about smoking for 9 months. Actually, like I just was like got on with life. And this is the only time I ever failed. I went and got drunk and I woke up and I had a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. And I knew then if I wanted to quit smoking, I could never drink again. And that was it. I've never really got drunk after that either. So yeah. I'm not
What will like are you if you have a drink? What are we drinking?
Oh, Hugo Spritzes all day. Come on. Oh, I've got a doggy. A doggy has appeared.
Kane is so bright and bushy tailed this morning. I don't know what to do with it. This is not like normal Kane.
It's Zeus. He's rubbing off on me. He's so happy all the time.
Something else is going on. I need to know.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. It's just I'm trying to be enthusiastic because when they say like smile and dial. That's me right now. I'm trying to like smile through
You're
the
smiling
stream.
and dialing.
Yeah, I'm smiling and dialing because I'm trying to put on a good show, keep my dog
Oh my
happy.
God. What
Like
the fuck is going on?
what?
I'm worried for you. I'm worried about you.
Don't worry about me. He'll sit here all day if I let him chat. Blink twice if you're okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
2 minutes till the open.
Zeus, we going up or are we going? No, don't lick me. Are we going up or are we going down?
Stages of grief in real time after England's loss. Hey, but they did win third place, like solidly.
Yeah, like come on, we smashed France. We annihilated them. It was the best game of the tournament.
It's like they were playing 2-year-olds.
Oh, someone. So you're yawning. He's yawning. He heard you speak. He's like, I'm bored of Leo. Put someone else on.
Fuck. Okay.
Kefir milk. It's nice, but it's just sour, isn't it?
Oh, goof. Kefir
Really,
is something.
but
Ugh.
really, really good for you though. Really good for you.
I'd rather not drink
Oh.
that. Gross.
Anyway, Zeus has come to tell me what's that? He wants everyone to like the stream, or he's never coming back. Oh, no way! You can't bribe them like that. You come
Oh, then
back,
I'll
right?
like the stream.
You come back, right? How many likes? He said 400 likes, and he'll come back. Otherwise, he's leaving. Look, he just got down.
Better get your likes up, chat.
If you don't hit
Better
the
get your
likes,
likes
you
up.
hate puppies.
Yeah, you hate puppies. Yeah.
At least
We're
you guys
back
won the cricket
smoking.
series.
Okay, we got the open in 17 seconds. Good luck. 15.
Good luck, Kane.
Good luck. 1 like equals 1 Zeus appearance. Exactly. Okay, I lied. He hasn't left. He went down and sat on my lap. He's back. He's back for the open. Zeus, where are we going? We're going up or we're going down? Tell me. What's that?
We're going
Straight
up.
up, he said. Whoa, damn. You're not wrong. That's my Conrad there. You guys are like just you guys are just sad that I'm happy? Or what? You just want me to be upset all the time? Like what's the
I mean, we've streamed together for just over a year now, Kane, and I'm concerned.
what can I say?
You're never this happy.
It's a good time to be alive.
We'll find out the real story.
Will we? Will we?
Eventually. The truth comes out always.
True.
I want to sell this so bad right now.
Nah, I kind of want to buy it more. Oh. What's the matter? You're not comfortable. Lay down. Go on, there you go. Lay down.
I think I'm going to go and see what a 2-tick compression does for me on the ladder today. Just as a little of a
On the dom.
experiment. We're experimenting. Where's the tick compression? Ticks per row. 2 ticks.
Do you have the dom on another screen?
Ooh, yeah, I do.
Oh, I'm gonna say I can't see it. I feel like I'm getting rugged. Okay, Zeus, you might have to go down. I'm sorry. I gotta make some money so you can have some tennis balls. Okay? All right, good. Good deal.
It's like I need to adjust the leg. Reversal. Let's do 120.
You have your dom to decay, right?
Oh, no, I don't use that.
Oh, you don't.
Mm-mm. The recent bid ask, I don't use that column.
You just use volume and that's it.
Just the I just use the resting bids and offers, pull stack, and the delta profile, as well as the time in sales.
Interesting.
I'm more of a simple kind of guy.
Hey, I'll fuck with it.
Do I use a filter? Yes, I would use a 2-lot filter on NQ. And for ES, about a 5-lot filter. I don't trade ES, but that's what I use just to, you know, I have an ES DOM that has the time and sales running. So when I glance over at it, I don't want it to just flash 1 lots. So glad NT Live has a Discord now. Just closed my X account. You left X? Why'd you leave X, Fractal? You were one of my favorites.
Same, honestly.
Funniest guy out there.
Oh, we're pushing still.
Too much political rage bait. I get it.
I need us to hold above 51. That would be nice.
Are you still long?
Yeah, I'm still long. Yeah, I just want to stick. Yeah, I'm basically long from like the low 29,004.
Yeah. You could probably sit in that for most of the day. Fine, I guess. What happened to my 5-minute OR? There it is. Just had a refresh. I'm going to buy this.
Did you see McLaren came out with a new car?
No. Hang on, I just put a trade on.
Oh, okay.
Come on, pop this high. There we go.
That's what we love. We love
Take
it.
off. Take off a 3-lot there.
I'm trying to make up my DLL for yesterday. It's basically my first aim today.
It's been a while since we've seen Leo long. Must be pretty bullish. They were giving me a hard time yesterday because they say that trading with Leo will make you sharp on the short side.
Ah. Hey, what can we say? We like it when it just, when price just dies. We enjoy it.
We enjoy death.
Yeah. It's normally instant, so
All right. Well, they gave us a new high, and they're going to sell it back down, I guess.
And now they're gonna have that, yeah.
Let's hold this.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
think we probably go back higher. There wasn't a lot of I don't know. There's no
Are they
reason for
gonna
me.
please
Go on.
save me? Please save me. Oh,
5 minute mid.
oh, they got me.
Did you get some off at the high?
Hang on. I'm gonna get back in. Actually,
Yeah, I was about to say.
they literally just came to stop me out. That's it. The only purpose of that move was to stop me out.
That was personal, yeah.
Yeah, I took it personal.
Fuckers, man. No, I think we go higher, honestly. In fact, I may try and even add at this opening range. The range of opens.
Chat, did you guys see that? They literally stopped me the fuck out, and then now we're going back up. But hey, I got back in it, so you know. There we go. Oh, come on. I was literally just about to hit the sell button to cover some. Is there econ anything at 10 a.m.?
Not that I'm aware of. Does
It's so
anyone
annoying.
know? Does anyone know a place where I can pull all the trading event, like all the news events via API?
Forex Factory has a JSON file that you can pull.
Yeah, but I want it like automated.
In what way?
I just want to query an API and it say, yeah, this is this at this time.
You could probably build it with the Forex Factory file.
Yeah, but the thing is I don't want to be dependent on Forex Factory, you know?
Well, everyone else is. So
Yeah, true.
you could just have a little minion type the events for the week. What are we doing?
Don't know, but I'm definitely going to try and buy this opening range again.
Really annoyed.
They're Bar Simpson in them.
It's not even like it's like 170 to 94. Yeah, it's like 60-point range here. What are we doing? Let's let the market run.
Yeah, I'm getting out of this at 204. It's a pretty decent trade for me. It's 200 points, almost to the tick. Well, actually, it is to the tick. And that's it. It's going to cover my DLO and then some from yesterday. And I can be back on the good side of the market for the week. Lee, what would you say is more important to you? The tools you have on chart or the DOM?
They're both very important to me.
No, like come on.
I can't pick.
I got
Hang
the
on.
DOM in one hand and I got
I
leg
gotta-
to leg delta in the other.
I gotta take a trip. I gotta. I guess I would have to go with the Dom Kane.
Oh, that's controversial, man. There's so much buying up here, though.
All right, I covered. Let me scale it up one more. So I'm in 5.
Really, though, you would go with the Dom. That's not. I would have bet the opposite, actually.
Yeah, because the trick is that my Dom has a leg to leg on it. So
This leg to leg you currently see looks identical on the DOM right now, more or less.
no, this is compressed. Like this is 16 ticks. Every 16 tick is a block.
Right.
On the Dom, it's right
Every
now
tick.
it's 2 ticks.
Right.
So it's more of a micro view to what we're seeing here.
Fucking hell, they're buying it. Send it higher. Thank you. I would just Just get rewarded. Everyone get rewarded. We can all just party at 204.
It's a party.
It's party at 204. 220s is the V range. It's the golden box, magical box.
The V range. I'm the target, that 212 level.
Yeah.
It's also, if you look at the 5-minute OR, it's basically like a 1x extension of that, which is a great level too. Come on. Man, they're taking their sweet ass time today. What are we doing? At least the ES and NQ are both in agreement today.
Yeah, that's nice.
With what we're doing.
Fuck, now I'm like having this, like, do I close it here? Do I stay in it for as long as possible? What do I do? Do I, like, I'm long, low of day. Do I just stay in it, go previous day high, swing trade it maybe even? I'm in one. I think I might have to. Maybe new highs are incoming. This is the generational low.
I mean, we did talk about this, before we came on, as we were opening at the balance low, like at support.
Yeah.
So we could have a decent rally out of here, It's definitely in the cards.
Okay.
It's a possibility. Let's go.
Okay, that was 204s. I should be out of this trade. Everything now is just a bonus. 212s. It's the V range.
Come on, V range. All right. I'll tick down 2 more here. Hold till end of day, they said.
Hold till end of day. Who's giving me insurance on my trade?
Who's giving insurance?
Anyone selling hurricane insurance on my trade?
OHLC MMMXM is giving you insurance. He's the one that said it.
I'm sold. I'll buy 1,000 of them. Through Google earnings, what could go wrong? I'd be out of it by then. Take profit in my opinion. Yeah, JLO. To be honest, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to hold it into 10 a.m. Right, and then as 10 a.m. takes the high, I'll trail on the low of 10 a.m. So something like this: 10 a.m. opens, comes down, goes, and then as it takes the high, I'll trail to here. And if it reverses, then it's probably going to do the whole thing without me. And if not, then I get to trail. I give up, let's just say 20 points of profit, but lock in, and then it's free to run an extra 100 points. That's kind of my thought process. Right now, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'll personally insure it, but I need proof you hold through end of day. I mean, sure, we can do it for the bit if you want. I'll hold it. I could also just cover with
range is proving to be a problem.
Damn, who would have guessed?
From green line to green line. Imagine that.
Anyway, so McLaren brought out a new car, the 788.
Yeah, send me a link.
It's the 788, which is really nice, apart from the fact that it's $450,000 pounds actually, which, to be honest, it's just a 765 LT with a spoiler. But what I might do is I might actually just go and order one.
You're gonna order a McLaren?
Well, I'm this close to pulling the button on the 765 LT. I found 2. I like both.
What's the new one? The what?
The 788 HS.
HS?
Yeah.
And you're buying this one for me?
Fuck. If this trade can run a few thousand points up and I can get more size on, I can buy us all one.
I like this one. Looks nice.
It's only 100 going to be made though. So, don't know. I'm going to have to call my McLaren garage and say, take
Look at
my
those
money.
seats.
Yeah.
They're like cup seats.
Yeah, I don't know how comfy they would be.
Oh, they say 200 will be built.
200? Oh,
100 coupes and 100 spider convertibles.
yeah.
Price will be
$600,000, £450,000.
significantly more than the 365 that's recorded by the 750S. And what are you wanting?
The 765 LT. The car under the hood is a 765 LT. The 788 is basically.
Oh, well, you could just buy me the 765. I'm cool with that. It's pretty nice.
I'll just buy the two I'm looking at. I'll just buy one. I'll just buy both of us one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super nice. I'd be down for you to buy me this.
Yeah, no worries. All right, cool. Sweet. I'll ship it right now. I got a green one coming.
I think I would want like a charcoal black, you know?
Oh, like Batman. You want to be Batman?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I put green accents on it?
Yeah.
Sick. That's a good deal, honestly. When you buy one, Kane, let me know. I work in the quality department there and can show you things to look out for. You work in the quality department at McLaren?
Is he real?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm going to need some proof of that one, Callum.
Yeah. You can't just say things like that.
Yeah, that's like, I also work at JP Morgan and I'm best friends with Jamie Dimond. Just trust me, bro. We met at the London
you met
event
him
with
at the London
Riz.
event with Riz.
Yeah, but I don't know if you work at McLaren or not. McLaren in Ascot have a red one. A red 765. And Jamie Titanium. Nice. Was in my interview with him. Bro, I just need you to send me the proof, right? Send me a McLaren and I'll believe you.
Send Kane selfies of you in the McLaren quality department.
No, that sounds like fucking recipe to get fired. But
Taking pictures?
yeah, I can imagine so, yeah. But I do want one. So if you do know anyone with a 788 allocation that wants to sell it, I'm interested.
Quality department means room.
No way you DM'd me asking that. No way. I also would never come to look around because I'd be like, for fuck's sake, I'm gonna order one now. But the hardest part is that the 765s, they just don't sell them anymore. I'll say in my country. All right, Callum, DM me again and I'll come. I will attend the McLaren factory. Retest to go higher. Yeah, I think so. Day trip to Woking. Yeah. you still long?
Yeah.
We're just chilling, aren't we?
Yep. We are chilling.
It's one of those days that I just, I'm quite happy for them to just send it higher all day for the rest of the day.
That would be fantastic.
There is an almighty amount of blue on your screen.
Yeah, but we're still going up. So that's good. We want to see that.
Yeah, I know. They're getting rewarded right now. The sellers just aren't here, are they?
Oh, they're passively here. Yeah, they're just not selling it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take off one for 100.
Nice, good trades.
I have two left.
Three tens. That's where I'll get out of it. In fact,
yeah, it's that 310 area is the this high volume node right here.
Let me see. Yeah,
right here. I think it's a good spot to target because we could run into some issues there.
yeah. I mean, look at that bounce out of the range low though, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking, that's why we have that,
The higher time frame chart, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to keep that in mind. Cold as ice? Ice cold. The ideal ad, by the way, for those asking about adding to a trade, would have been on this pullback here. I just didn't feel like I wasn't feeling it, to be honest. Thank you. Oh, well, this OR mid is one of the most important levels to me on my chart. So I was already long from it, and we took profit here and then got stopped out, and they kind of wicked it. And on the tape, you're going to see them light back up, as soon as they stop me out. I'm not saying they actually stopped me out on purpose, but they just lit it back up. So I was happy to get back in the trade. The 5-minute mid, yeah.
Oh. My doggy's on the other side of the room just sleeping right now.
Up 1,500, calling it here for myself. Great trade. Or I'm assuming you took a trade to get up to 1,500.
We're back in the wake up and buy and go back to sleep market.
AKA summer, the dog days of summer. It's so fucking hot here, man. It's just crazy. Last night it was still 100 degrees at like 8:30.
Yeah, fuck that.
How do we get your indicator on NinjaTrader? Which one?
It's hot, yeah.
Come to the UK and have no air conditioner? No thanks. What up, Salma?
Oh, we're pushing. Oh. It's sad because I was in two originally and I only took one on the way back through.
Hang on.
Cold as ice. How often do I How often do I trade going into the open? Rarely. Days like today are rare. Morning, boys.
Morning, morning.
How you doing?
Can't complain. Trying to trail this long here. They're really just taking off with it.
When you get out of it?
I think I'm just gonna trail until they tag me out at this point. I got half off already on the trade, so I've been paid. These are just very fortunate runners.
Yeah.
I really just was looking for a V range, like 215-ish.
Man, we got there very quick.
Just gonna try to keep trailing this pretty aggressively. I mean, we're due to snap back towards the 9, back to the V range at some point for at least a, I don't know, pullback, but till they do. It's a really good long though.
Nick,
Really
you're muted.
good.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, guys. Got an issue at the old house.
Yeah, I'll probably just try to get to overnight high.
310s, baby. Where's overnight high? 330s?
330s. If they
Oh.
get there. Still just trailing
Hello.
this.
There we go. You're
Oh,
back.
Nick.
He's back in the room.
That's so weird. Zoom didn't default to my mixer. It was going off the computer audio, which does not have a microphone. Weird. Hi, guys. Good morning.
Hey, Nick. We weren't
Morning.
ignoring you.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, as I was saying when I first came in, I took the V range short and got trailed out for basically nothing.
Oh, it came back.
Because the
you should've been
buyers,
long.
the buyers never stop buying. I know, Leo. I know. It is a
Voluntary
much
What
better
buyers
long in
do.
hindsight off VWAP and the opening range high.
Buyers don't stop buying.
VWAP, not VWAP.
The whoppity wops.
All the VWAPs.
So my driveway at the old house was a little sunken in,
Mm.
and we had to have that repaired, which we did. About 2 weeks after that repair, AT&T came,
Oh, no.
They dug it up.
and they decided that they were going to run a fiber line across the driveway, and they literally ripped out the thousands of dollars of the new expansion material that was just put in, and then not drilled, but they cut further into the crack, the expansion joint, so they could stuff their fiber line in there. That basically caused the driveway to, break again, if you will, like, for lack of a better term.
Hey,
So then I had to call AT&T, figure out, good luck getting through AT&T, and figure out who I'm supposed to contact for property damage. And now I'm working with the guy that did the actual damage, and he's like, well, I'm looking at this photo from 2 years ago, and the driveway was already sunken in. And I said, well, sucks to be you, because 3 weeks ago I had it repaired, and I spent a decent amount of money for that. So now I'm having to send this to him.
it's funny. They did that in my backyard with fresh concrete too, because the gas company needed to move a meter, and that I had no say. They came in and they just did work in the backyard, and there was like a fresh slab of concrete that suddenly became 4 pieces that just like a puzzle kind of cut, because these guys were just doing it as quickly as possible. I'm shocked they let anybody but like the county utilities and city utilities and things do anything like that to specific properties. Like private companies, I know it's publicly traded, but I feel like they shouldn't be able to do that stuff.
I guess they have an easement because it's considered a public utility.
Internet access for everybody.
So,
So
in the middle of my house being under contract, now I'm having to figure this out.
Yeah, that's annoying.
They're taking care of it. They're just, they're pushing back on me because the repair is like $3,000.
damn. So is this like a talk shit about Delhi party we got
Yeah.
going on?
Why is
Wait,
everyone
what?
mad at Delhi?
He said Hurricane Leo talking shit about me earlier, but I couldn't type because I was working.
Oh no, I was in my
He thinks it's so funny. Look at him. Look at him. He's like,
listen, so as I did the intro to the prop segment, I was like, Delhi's normally here, but apparently he just doesn't work anymore. And if anyone knows what he's up to, let us know. And lo and behold, he heard
There he
about it
is.
whilst he was working. Okay, buddy.
Mm,
Saw you at dinner,
working.
posting dinners here, there, and everywhere. Oh, the weather in Chicago is so hot. We have to sit outside when we eat.
oh yeah, I saw that post on Twitter yesterday. Working.
Yeah. Oh, my heart bleeds for you, brother. Let me send you, let me send you to New York in the winter. All right.
Just having some drinks
Just
and working. Drinks
Delhi
on
was
the
at a
rooftop.
work dinner with his boss's boss and one of his friends. My heart bleeds.
Mm-hmm.
3/10. Come on, I'm not greedy. I just want 3/10.
Oh, you the
still.
last man standing right now?
Are you still in it?
No,
Yeah,
I
I'm actually
trailed out
gonna
of it
trim
on the
one.
pullback.
Oh yeah, no, bro. You were in a bit more than me. I'm just in one, so I can stay. I don't need to stay in it that much.
You can avenge me.
I'm in,
Avenge me.
bro. I'm in
Oh,
from
Leo's still on too.
29K.
Avenge me.
Just 3/10s, please.
Range could still expand a little bit more. How about that 4-hour candle, huh, Kane? What do you think? You think more
Um,
upside? It's not bad. It's
no, I think that 4 hour low is nice. So like, naturally, I wouldn't want to trade away from that. I could see a pretty good pullback coming in, but like, I would only want to get long off of that. Like,
that is a
maybe
hell of a candle.
yeah, that 4 hour candle is fucking massive.
Good close.
A
Nice swing low.
great close, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, literally as good as can be.
A higher time frame, like
Daly's looking good.
reoffered off of like the really fucking nice basic 29K. Already trading higher through most of the week's action so far, other than obviously um through all of the week's action, and now it's just slowly pulling back. I think we try and get a bid on a reoffer here. It's kind of my thought.
Yeah, good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. Thank you, thank you. It's a fortunate long. Can I know XYZ how your strategy work? Sure you can. I did a develop your edge. I did 2 episodes here.
I think I'm getting tired of people asking you these questions with how much content I
Of
feel
all
like you've put out there, I've put out there of your stuff,
Yeah.
repurposing the playbooks in different ways. Guys, he has so much content on
There's a free
all of these
playbook
things.
too.
It's everywhere.
Like literally a free playbook. No, well, everything's free, but
There's so many videos.
why get long under VWAP? Oh yeah. I actually was when they were trading VWAP, I didn't know what direction I wanted to take. I knew the market was strong, but it could be strong or weak into VWAP and then just, reverse. But they kept trying to sell it. It wasn't going too well, but they couldn't really buy through it. They were just kind of consolidating. I was waiting for the the resolution of it. If they were to start trading higher, I would have just followed it. at the highs, wouldn't care. I would buy that. Or the lows, or if they traded lower, I'd start following it lower. But they did have this weird sweep. I mean, it wasn't weird, but I thought they should have gotten a continuation around what 6:40 my time, so 9:40 Eastern. They should have really followed through for more downside, but they didn't, and it snapped right back up. So I started to try to get long, high 20s into the 30s. I think my average came out to the low 30s, and they just ripped it from there. So after this sweep here, I mean, you guys were all watching the charts. After this sweep, they really just kind of stepped off the gas on the sell side, and that was the go for me. Market's binary. VWAP's either going to hold or they're just going to run through it. It looks like, because that was almost 10 minutes of trade there.
A little add opportunity here, maybe on this retap of the V range from above. I don't think I'm going to take it, but it's a good spot if you're long for add. Getting more on.
When will I translate my edge into Braille? When Nick figures out how.
I mean, I could probably do it. I just we need to find somebody that can print in Braille. Unfortunately, that
Claude
does
can't do
not
that yet?
solve the internet thing, which I guess is you could do anyway. It's if everything gets read out. I feel like they have if you're blind or need Braille, I'm sure there's all the different computer software that reads things out and guides you. I would imagine. But yeah, just a quick housekeeping note. Yes, there's a ton of content out there. I know there's new people, and just because you say respectfully doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want. But
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Respectfully, the only person who can say that to me is Leo.
Well, for what it's worth, if you
Wait, did he
hit the
actually
like,
say,
Boofin,
"Hey, dumbass"?
Boofin, if you hit the like button, you can call me a dumbass.
No,
I'll do it for a like.
The whole point is, guys, between the NinjaTrader content team, between me, between XY, he has put, the team behind the scenes has put hours and hours and hours
That's
and hours
crazy.
into curating content that is widely publicized all over the internet.
Literally for free. I think this
For
goes
free.
to what Leo constantly says, right? You are so heavily dismissed when your content is free, when your stuff is free. It's like, hey, grab my hand, take me to the content, idiot, dumbass. But when there's a paywall behind it, it gets a lot more traction. It gets a lot more commitment, right? Even as simple as the description in the streams. Every stream has a description in it, and it has all of our social profiles. I think if it's hard to get that far, trading is going to be a very hard endeavor for you.
Oh yeah, literally, it has all of our X's right there. I never noticed that.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult time learning how to trade, but like I said, if you guys hit the like, you can call me whatever you want in the chat. Honor system, I'll trust that you've done it.
But Hitman's right though. You continue to gatekeep your strategy and you hide behind me running cover. That's what he says. That's true.
Down to one, just gonna go break even.
Ooh.
Feels like a little bit of a wall here. Words are hard, pictures only.
That's fair.
Also, I've got pictures.
Long or short?
What do we use for the opening range? I use 30-second and the 5-minute. I use them in different ways, but
I think they catch a bid somewhere.
Why use many word when few do trick? The Italian guy, he's a man after my own heart. I just don't
Why
like
say many words when one word do job?
I love that they clipped that. So good.
That's so good. Why did you take the OR long? Oh, yeah. I did. I did take the OR long. The mid. Mm.
DSB, what are we talking about? What did I respond about? Ron for the throne. You hit the like? I am easy, man. Now you can call me whatever you want in the chat. Fringe benefit.
Did you
Super
say
secret
friends with
playbook.
benefit or fringe benefit?
I said fringe, but both can be applied.
Both can be true.
I'm not too picky.
Are we just going to get a dumb balance day here today?
Probably.
Lame.
Maybe VWAP.
The smooth brain's destiny is a failure, unfortunately. I would disagree with that pretty respectfully. Disagree with that.
Smooth brains destiny is failure. I mean, you can just call me by my name, but that's fine too.
Pretty sure we've talked about sometimes just smooth branding this market is a successful strategy.
JT Ripper, that's fine too. That's fine too. I'll accept that. I asked twice about getting long under VWAP and I realized you had already answered. Oh, that's fine. Oh, okay. So you got it after rewinding.
Why are you and XY holding each other like that in the midweek vibes episode 7 thumbnail?
Why don't you come find out?
Mean?
Yeah, why don't you come find out?
What are you asking about?
Did I
You want
miss
to know
something?
so bad? Come
What's
find
wrong
out.
with that? Just a couple bros hanging out.
Boofin says respectfully, long or short? I think long, honestly.
Yeah,
But
probably
what do I
along
know?
here off VWAP, but I'm a dumbass.
I think longs are okay. They might even buy it here. I mean, it's the 9 EMA.
Let's
If
see.
not, it's VWAP.
If
they don't buy VWAP, we're gonna get a new low. That's what I think.
Where's the midweek vibes episode 7?
It's in the future, so it's like scheduled. That's why you got to go look at.
Damn it.
I don't know what anyone's talking about. These are real thumbnails. These are real photo shoots that we've done.
Yeah, you spend so much time flying to do all of them.
I just can't wait.
It's impressive.
If anyone else starts doing these, it's just you know who they're copying at this point.
Oh my god.
That might be one of my best pieces of work, Leo.
I'm dead.
Whoa, which one?
The Brokeback Mountain one.
Oh, yeah. The people at JCPenney really enjoyed it when we showed up.
Yep.
Oh no. There's so much detail in XYZ's facial expression.
I put a lot of thought into these.
You'd understand if you were at the photo shoot with us.
Like I hope you guys know, every single one of these stupid things, in addition to just making my friends laugh, like I put an absurd amount of thought into for some reason. And these bring absolutely no benefit outside of just purely my entertainment at this point. It definitely does not help the algo find more people to watch.
220 really wants to buy this through.
Nick for a mountain.
Hey, Scooters Roofing. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Respectfully, Leo is not in Dallas.
If I was, we could stream together in the same
We
room.
could. I would have to get like a warehouse or something and actually have like a full like vibe studio. We just like rent a Lambo and for the background shot or something.
Yeah.
So I said no one would have known Van Gogh if Nick was around at the time.
You're not wrong.
So who bought the 90 MA, huh? Who's
Yeah, that was right
now?
there.
V range.
220s.
RTH VWAP, long time frames, little area.
Reveal yourself.
We call that
long
confluence,
enjoyers.
friends.
Also, Boofin, did you take the long or did you fade me?
Boofin be buffin.
He said respectfully, long or short. I said long. Maybe he faded me because he thinks I'm an idiot, which is valid. Italian guy, Italian brother, congratulations. Mia, congratulations. Boofin, congratulations. What a handle, by the way. Which 90 MA? There's only one. It's the 5-minute one. Everything else is fake news.
What? You mean to tell me the daily
Fake
9 is
news.
not, it's fake?
Fake news. They're all fake.
What about the weekly one?
Simply because they're not on my chart.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Makes sense.
You bought the 8.5?
Dang, that's unfortunate.
I guess, yeah, sorry to hear that, man. You got stopped out, I guess. Boofin, I'm just kidding. I don't know if you called me a dumbass or not. We're just playing around. But again,
No.
hell of a handle.
Boofin called me a dumbass.
Oh, but then he called you handsome. I saw he called you handsome.
I mean, the chat flips on a dime.
He's as
like
volatile as the
everybody on
markets.
X.
No
You just
way.
change your
That's-
bias immediately.
That's not true, Nick.
Yeah, as
Come
long as you
on.
hit the like, call us what you want.
Made my daily limit. Congrats.
Congratulations. Nice. Hey, Jude, look at all these rich people in the chat right now.
Chat has never been wrong.
Oh, by the way, chat, the AI top is in. I bought a second Spark.
Well, you have one Spark already?
Yeah, I have two now, Kane. I'm buying all of the compute.
Wait, is that
But
what
you know-
caused that
okay, but
big sell-off in tech?
You know you need a Mac, right, to make them really, really good.
Kane, how many computers do you think I have? I have several.
Oh,
I have
do you have
two
a Mac?
Macs.
Oh,
I have
good,
two Macs.
good. I
I've
didn't
got a
know you had a
tower.
Mac.
I've got two laptops, two Sparks, a Mac Mini, and a M3 Max MacBook Pro.
Oh, I've just, yeah, fair.
We are Claude maxing as well as trading.
Well, no, you can't run Claude on those. That's a bit too small.
You can't. I'm fine tuning local models for my own stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So we are going off shelf.
Yeah.
Yes. And yeah.
Custom.
You're gonna
custom
have
AI maxing.
Kane and I are going to be running like a
Who
Fable
are these
ready
fucking
model
sellers?
locally.
How rude!
I could buy this, honestly.
Buy it
Well,
again.
you gotta wait for a minute.
Yeah. Like, no, I think that was it right there.
Ah.
No, I bought it.
Shab,
You did?
Shab is
Yeah.
right. It's how many computers does Nick have versus how many TVs does Leo have, and how many ovens does Kane have? This is
Facts.
the show.
No new high off of a 9 EMA test. I think it's over.
You think it's over?
I think
No.
it's over.
This is this tape is not normal. It's Wednesday.
Thing is, that's a hell of a 4-hour candle. I mean, what would the halfway point be towards the low of NQ?
140.
By the V
130.
range until it stops working.
Facts.
Yeah, I could buy it
Yeah.
right here, and it definitely is going to mark high of the day.
I I hate when a strong sloped EMA holds pretty strong like it did, but they can't get a new extension out of it. That's when all bets are off for me. The
I
moment
mean,
it can't extend higher or lower,
if we
which in this
reject
case
off
is higher.
this spot to the 320s again, like it kind of looks like we're rejecting this balance finally.
We have this, you know what? We have this node here too. They failed to build inside of it prior. They
It's like
might
the
do
same
so.
spot XY from yesterday afternoon that we were
Yeah.
screwing around in.
I'm just going to add here.
Same. I'm going to add at 215s when I get there.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you
I
go.
mean, still, this
I'm in 3
4-hour
now.
candle, the 1-hour candle even, they could just test at some point like a 50% retracement, and that would be around the 150s. And just rip this thing too. I'm glad I'm out. I'm glad I'm done. Could say that much. It's not as easy as as buying the market earlier. Things are not what they seem.
Mm-hmm.
ES pulled back quite a bit harder than NQ has.
Yeah. I love that pullback on ES.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically into all of that traffic from this morning. Thing is, if it fails here, it's like a really good area to fail.
Yeah.
But I really like that low on NQ.
It'll work. No, we're just going to give me the one. Okay.
Are you selling it, Nick?
I'm trying to sell it, but I don't love this. Like they're not pressing. No, let's see. There we go.
ES VWAP now.
I'll just stick in the one. Yeah, I finally noticed ES, and that's kind of making me. It could easily bounce here at 34s. And you call price a dumbass and say respectfully with any direction you want it, it tends to work. I'll have to try that.
Market doesn't understand what it's supposed to do, you know? Market just doesn't get it. It's doing it wrong.
Market, why you no understand?
This isn't right.
We just need a good closure above 215s
Yes,
right
finding
now.
some bid now here. So maybe we can
get going.
I'm tight leashing this. I might just cut this.
310s is calling my name. I can hear it. Kane. It's the
Come on. Are we doing?
Yes, are you going to fail and make a new low?
ES
Or
is still
not.
selling pretty hard here.
Yep.
Yeah, they try to bid it and then sellers step right back in.
They haven't pulled that delta up yet. It actually just keeps building. ES is actually unwinding 200 delta right now. Lots of buying. They better move this.
Yeah.
Yeah, ES is now it's buying the hell out of this thing.
Yeah,
It went
right,
from negative 200 to like positive 60.
right at the
Now
turn.
it's negative again. So
Guys,
clearly buyers at risk in the 35s ES here. I think whatever happens there will just be the answer at this point.
I will have all you in the chat know that I continue to take many trades in a given year.
No, I don't believe it.
No.
Stop
The trade that you
cap.
guys are seeing now, it's not even real. It's an illusion.
I thought Nick for a tick was you just took one trade per year for one tick and you stopped.
Well,
It's because he's always tilted.
That was the chat's understanding too.
Nick just takes one trade and win or lose, he's tilted for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Yep. Like
right,
here, I'm
let's
gonna
go.
get stopped
Let's
out.
go.
I'll get
Let's
real
go.
tilted.
Let's
I'll
go.
get even more tilted.
Fuck.
Are you
I'd hate to
short?
d-
I was. I'm gonna get stopped.
ES
How dare
swung
you?
pretty hard.
Man,
There's
I'd
a
take
500 lot at 38.
Yeah. Hanging on by a thread.
All right, I'm going to trim down to 2. So I took off the original position fully. Oh, that was a good call there.
That was a nice little rejection. Let's see if my my one lot will survive.
Yeah, to go see what that 500 lot guy's up to. You know, does he have any? Does he got more behind that?
Where's 500 lots?
No.
Yes, 38.
He's sitting pretty.
31.
They're really
they're
making this
holding this.
difficult.
I know.
Dude, they are making this so difficult. Both sides.
Yeah.
It's a 50-50 trade. I mean, still, that's a hell of a 4-hour candle. You're on the 1 hour. It's a hell of a candle.
Now the buyers are going to get it.
Let's go.
There it is.
Come on.
Yeah, I think NQ
Lift
can
that
see
38
new high
guy.
here. New high. I think they'll probably trade the 340s.
They took it. They took those 400 lots there.
310s or market broke.
Let's
what can I
go.
say?
Okay. 4-hour candle is about to get that continuation. This 1 hour even. Look at this, guys. Look at this up here. Wow.
Wow. So much monies.
Look at this 3 candle reversal. It's pretty, huh?
And we got another 1,000 lot up there.
44. They got more. They got more.
Respectful target of 312. Let's see. Is it respectful?
Or
That's
310s. 310s. It's good.
it's respectable.
We want that cliff. I'm gonna just take this back down here. So now the question is, how much would I need to put on here to risk this? So that's 7.
I have a disrespectful target of 74.60. 70.
Yes, right back
You mean
down to this little
75.60?
micro balance here.
I think he means 74, which is what makes it disrespectful.
I guess. Yeah, that's
He wants ES through everything.
oh. All right.
Yeah, makes sense.
Very disrespectful target.
Trump has one more tweet left. Today is a great day to buy stocks.
Oh God,
That's
never
the
again.
the ultimate tweet.
Oh man, that's that
Never
tweet.
forget.
Never forget the
Never
pain.
forget sitting on Trade the Close with Stowe as he's like buying an 11% up NQ tape for another
yeah,
like
it's
1%.
Fucking ballsy, I tell you that.
I was like, I just can't do anything. I just got to watch this.
I think I have the screenshot of my trading view that day. What day was it? So August.
It's in May,
Yeah.
I believe. It was like after the second attempt to kind of go break those April lows, I believe, when it was suddenly it's a good time to buy stocks.
Trump just tweeted, "Hold your longs respectfully." Yeah, that sounds like a Trump tweet, all right.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he's buying calls right here.
Don't sell yet, respectfully. ES and NQ are not quite agreeing here.
We have to go make a new high. This is
It's just disturbing.
yeah. There's no other way this resolves.
I really do think it's going to be another high, just even without the order flow. It's not very common. You see a 1 hour and a 4 hour like this. Not
I mean,
get another
they
high.
keep trying to slam ES, to those 34s, but they just get absorbed down there.
This is about ES right now. NQ knows what it wants to do for sure.
Yeah.
ES,
ES is being a little.
I'm still trying to figure out its feelings.
Am I still in? No, I got stopped out. I had a second limit up there. I would have gotten stopped out anyway, but I chose to pull it back and not size more in. It didn't really. Sellers kind of left, and then that lot, 500 lot came in.
So what was the day of the 12% day? Can you remember?
April 10th or 16th.
I mean, I got to go to a daily. It was actually, sorry, Kane. It was it April 21st?
Oh wow, I was off.
That was down, right? April 21st.
Well, it started down. When we went down
Yeah,
to
it was
like
a
we
huge gap
retested
down.
kind of down, I
Yeah.
think like towards 5,000.
Yeah.
And then within, it was like right after the Euro close, because I feel like I was like wrapping up my day and I was long at one point, and then that happened. Because I feel like he tweeted it around lunchtime Eastern.
Someone said April 9th.
April 9th? No.
Yeah, I think April 21st sounds way too
Oh,
late.
wait, this is a weekly. That's why. That's why that makes sense. Okay, yeah, it might be April 9th. I to reaffirm what was already said in the chat. I'm a dumbass.
Jims, you sound like you would be Trump's burner. He says, "Oh, it was a beautiful day, I remember. Woke up feeling bearish until our leader told us to buy stocks. I followed it. It was the best day."
That's
Found
incredible.
Found Trump's burner. What is your footprint time frame from your YouTube videos? 5 minutes. Nick, hit your short now. Do you dare?
We're still consolidating here, and sellers have shown zero interest in getting under this node on ES thus far. Could change on a dime, but
Oh, they've shown interest to get under. It's just that they can't.
the buying is always out there.
Yeah, they literally are fizzling out when they should be mashing the gas for sure. Baron on the bid. Sounds like a rap song tagline. Can we pull money to sub to Trump's Discord so we can insider trade?
I do love that. Basically, all but admitting that crime season is real with the Truth Social tweet, or like them getting
time
like
to be alive,
millisecond
right?
faster.
The leader of the free nation is opening up Discord sub.
It's just an API for his tweets, right?
Yeah, basically, it's like it'll give the whatever Bloomberg and things like millisecond faster than everything else, so the algos can be ahead.
Here we go. I see it right here. I have the screenshot right here. See if it pastes. Oh, it wouldn't paste. Why would it not paste?
We're gonna do
Fast access to truth.
Ooh.
I'm out. I'm out.
Me too.
Apparently, Bear Algo was in fact correct that now it's time to take the short.
Jeff said consolidation is continuation.
This was the day.
The
April 9th
magical
it was.
level here. Go up.
I found it. NASDAQ up 10%.
Wild.
All right, here's VWAP.
I'm back in it.
Yeah, I want to get back in it.
Come on, party on.
What do you think of no wick opening candles like the last H1 candle?
There we go.
Honestly, I think they get traded through.
In that V range.
Yeah. I think they get traded through. I mean, they're making it really annoying, but if I were still in the markets, I would have just been catching some longs, scalping out of profits, and getting disappointed with the rest of the position, but making money nonetheless. And largely, it's because not only the 1 hour and the 4 hour, but the 15-minute was pretty strong. Yeah, the 1 hour and the 4 mostly that. Generally, in my eye test, these kinds of candles, they'll see a retracement. Don't really want to see them go more than like half the candle retraced, but it can happen. And then next thing you know, they're getting continuation. But the market has to care. If the market's pushing lower like this, you do have to wonder, like, why aren't they holding this then if this is supposed to happen? It's kind of like when people hang on to poor lows and poor highs. You can't just keep targeting a poor high if the market is just constantly going lower. Wait until it flips back and shows interest and going back up versus just trying to, buy it as it goes lower. The market has to care. What we think is about 1% of the equation. But yeah,
You give such credit to our thoughts.
I
It's crazy.
from experience, the market's taught me that. It's like a magnet. Yeah, but a lot of things are, and when the market shows that it doesn't care, everyone's, got a blown account because they're hanging on to this idea that, again, the market doesn't really care about. Right now, ES is working lower. Building lower too. But yeah, for anyone that wants to target that, you can just wait for some sort of turn. Strong candle coming out of the range on NQ, just closed.
I am out. I think I lost like 5 points on that one, but it's just not, I'm not going to sit here and wait for ES to sort out its feelings.
Yeah, ES.
Yeah, I'll cut out 166. I'll giving it some room, but doesn't look that healthy.
Whoa, 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 Omni. I didn't say it's time to go long. But I hope you get what you want. I will say this is quite a bit of buying. If they can't pull it up here and hold this
They just
and
wanted
no
me to get
longer
out.
trade the 190s, this is it. This has got to be the move. I think if they trade the 190s again, that's
Wow.
too.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate.
That's
rude.
just a mess.
That felt personal.
Leo got out of his trade. Okay, we're going straight to fucking now.
Omni's rich, dude. Omni, how rich are we? Zero DTE's loaded up. Okay.
Kane just wanted to buy it from Leo. I bought when Leo bought. So
Yeah.
but I'll cut this now. If they come back to 193s, if they clear those lows again, I want NQ to basically bid it right here at 211. If they don't, then I will get out of its way. I want to give it some room in case it just wicks me, but I'm looking for reasons to cancel this trade now. But like I said, they just need to get going because for me, it's if they can't get through this, this is just a reoffer. They have to get through it and then get moving. Otherwise, it's failure. Uh, 1.193.
Well, they got work to do still on the buy side.
Sellers, stop trying to bait me back in.
They're trying. Don't listen to them, Nick.
I don't want to.
They're like the sirens at the sea. Don't listen to them up here.
We're going to zero. We're going to zero.
Zero is not low enough. Sell it now. You wish you would have sold it yesterday.
Yeah.
Come on. just a little push now into 30s. Let me take one off.
How many you got on this?
5.
Woo!
Well, it's gonna be none if they come back to 193. I'm gonna have none on it.
VWAP 2 respected. Yes, it's the best squiggly line of all time, guys. Of course.
I'm not obsessed with this trade idea anymore. Like after they failed to get through and now they're back defending 210s.
ES is still buying the hell out of this thing.
Yeah,
The delta is just building hundreds by 100.
unbelievable. I mean, us just being range bound today, heading into, I guess, a read on what Google's CapEx, AI CapEx is going to be. And whatever shenanigans Elon wants to talk about.
Oh, is it Tesla earnings today?
Tesla earnings today. You got Intel
Shit.
tomorrow, you know, because government owns a chip company. What could go wrong? Their taxpayers own it, partially own it.
Just going to zero again.
I don't know anymore.
Oh, I think I know that one. Yeah, I think I've seen that one a few times.
Yes.
I don't know. I keep buying compute, so I don't know. I don't know anymore.
This is not a weekly volume profile. It's a 5-day rolling, which is pretty similar, but not the same. And we've got an order flow alert, guys. Order flow alert. Everybody pay attention. The alert is 5-minute fair value gap filled on ES. That is your.
Is that really order flow?
That is your order flow alert. Thank you, Coach Fred.
Oh shit! It filled to the tick though. It's not wrong. I'm out of this. They can have it. I'm not interested in it anymore. I think that was
ES wants to go fill 1,000 lots at 44s.
It sure does.
It can do it without me. I think at this point.
I mean, they're trying. They're putting a lot of positive delta right now.
Are we doing order flow alerts here?
Yeah, I was going to say, anytime there's an order flow alert again, it needs to be read in this capacity.
Dang.
This is your order flow captain speaking. Please pay attention.
Nah, Coach Fred is the only order flow authority.
Yeah, sorry, I don't listen to this. Fred, what do we think?
Yeah, Coach Fred. What we doing, Coach?
Shit, looks like they got me, chat.
How 500 lots back on the menu at 39.75. ES now upwards of 800 positive delta. Sheesh.
Can someone explain to me why NQ keeps puking then?
Yeah, I mean, it's
NQ honestly is really toxic. That's just how it is.
Like it goes up and suddenly it just goes bleh. It goes all the way back.
No, that's because you had positions there. They're like, yeah, we gotta get rid of this.
We got to get rid of it. So
we
really, I
can't
just
go
need
with
to.
This.
I need to reverse psychology them. I just need to buy here. Okay, cool. I like that. I like that idea.
NQ pretty much is just printing like 50.5-minute candles with 40 points of them overlapping every single time. So that's fun. That's fun to trade.
Very, very cool. Huh? Very legal. Gold. Oh, gold. Yeah, gold's good.
Yeah, what is Goyle doing today? I know
paywall. Gold going up.
Oil is continuing to just rocket because we have because the Strait is open allegedly.
Wait, oil is rocketing up.
We're back. We're back to we're at 87s. Yeah, it was like almost $4 here again.
Also, can I bring up a really weird thing? The Strait of Hormuz is like a bend.
Is like a what?
It's like a bend.
Straight.
It's not really straight. Like I thought about this the other day.
Kane, it's spelled.
I know. But like, it's still like
It's a different strait. It's not the.
That just sent me.
It's not the.
Whose idea is
straight.
this?
Oh my god.
Why is it
So
not?
Kane, do we short it or?
That's
Irrelevant.
Literally
I
sent
think
me.
the better name for it would have been the Bend of Hormuz.
Waka waka.
Wow,
Fuck, they're actually not going to come back to they're actually not going to come back for me at 191 this time. The one time I'm like, okay, it's a game. They're like, we don't want to play the game anymore.
Are we? I can't
Kane
remember
just
what
solved
this is.
peace in the Middle East.
I can't remember what this is called though. Like in science class, this geology of water bodies. What is this called? It's going to drive me nuts.
Sorry, what?
Where you have like a peninsula, you have a bay, you the strait. Like these are all different. A river, like all these things are like different kind of bodies of water, and there's a study of
They
this,
came
there's
back
a
for you,
scientific
Kane.
term, and it's driving me
Came back for you.
insane.
Came back to me.
They're
I need to give it, yeah, they came back. I have no fucking idea, bro.
Somebody in the chat knows.
I know the word straight obviously means like waterway, but like it's not straight, and I just don't like it.
Big water stream. Yes.
Yeah, big water stream.
Big water stream, guys.
Yeah, somethingology. Thank you guys.
Oceanography.
Well, basin, yeah, like these are those terms, but there's an actual like scientific term for all of these kind of bundled together that has to do with geology, and I cannot remember what it is.
Hydrology. No.
You've lost me, bro. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I somewhat paid attention in school. This is the TISM coming up out of nowhere.
Claude will get to the bottom of it. Chat's just saying words.
Yeah, you guys are just saying
That
that's
I'm not
the
even
study of
aware of.
maps. That's the study of like some kind of water, but not this. Waters
Called
and
water.
stuff. Yeah, I
It's
think I'm
called
just gonna
waters
default
and
to that.
stuff. Yeah.
It's not a strait. It's the shekel of Hormuz.
Name all the water.
All right, I have let this bit go too long, chat.
Big
Thank
fan
you
of
for your
straits.
Name all
thank
the
you
water.
for
the
your
straits.
support.
What is Kane trading? The DAC of Naz.
Wait a minute.
Nastakistan.
Kane, did you quit vaping?
Yeah, I quit, bro. That's it. No more vape. Yeah. It's
Cold
nuts.
turkey?
It's why the fucking market won't go up, to be honest.
See, he's very irritable. He's going through withdrawal.
It's
Switched
true.
out
I
the
am.
vape
Yesterday, I'm not gonna lie, I fucking crashed out on my personal stream. They were getting a bit too big for their boots, and I let them know about it, and I had no vape to calm me down.
How many days in are you?
Oh, two.
Ooh. You're not even past the
That's
no,
why.
like by I said it's a bad idea for me to stream for the first 3 days. But here we are. Man, they really got me out of it for me to get back into it, and now they're gonna pay. But this time I got in with a third of the size. Yeah.
Anthony said he will vape for you, Kane. No worries.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Day 3's the worst. Honestly, yesterday was the worst day.
I was there. I can say he is right.
Yeah.
Everybody, look, chat is ripping one for you, man. I got you, Kane. Take a rip for Kane.
Damn, that's it. We're finally moving. 310s, finally. Come on, get moving. Right, I'm going back to break even. And that's it. But in 2 minutes' time, me and Leo are disappearing from the internet forever.
Forever?
Forever.
Yeah.
VHS Lord. I use 10 seconds.
We do this magic trick. Stowe comes in and we leave.
Hey, look, everybody at Stowe, and you guys go out the back door.
Oh, hey, Stowe.
Before you guys leave. The fucking Bend of Hormuz.
Straight facts. Do you know what I'm saying? Just saying.
I love no vape Kane. If this is no vape Kane, this is the bits are great. The bend of Hormuz, yeah. Oh my goodness, that was too good. Also, congrats.
Waiting for him to
brother.
start yelling at chat.
Oh no, you're not ready for that. Honestly. Also, where does the name Hormuz come from? What part? Hormuz. What is that?
The bend of Hormuz. That's
Kane's
like
diving deep. No, he's diving deep. But what do you really mean when you say Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Oh, it's because there's an island in the middle of it.
It's hummus.
Is that really it?
Get me out of here.
This is such a Wednesday stream. It's not even funny.
It is the best stream, man. Wednesdays are the best.
I agree.
Chat, I appreciate every single one of you. Well, we've got a minute, Leo. We can't leave just yet.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah.
Continue
Nice
your sign off,
try.
though. Keep going.
Production doc his
Wait.
pay.
Wait. Oh, there we go.
There you
Anyway,
go.
guys, appreciate you all, chat. Much love. Appreciate the support. 310s or the market's broke. Stowe, did you get long?
Yes.
Oh, that's it. That's what we love. If you could just long it higher and sell it higher,
Beautiful.
that'd be great. Much love. We'll see you all next week. Be safe, look after each other, and be nice to the boys, chat.
Love you all.
Ciao.
Later.
Later,
See you,
boys.
chat.
Someone get Kane a silver cigarette right now.
No, the
It's a Diet Coke.
It's a Diet Coke.
It's a Diet Coke, Kane.
Yeah, it's a
Yes.
fridge. That's a fridge cig. It's not a real one.
Kane's, yeah, you guys can't hear it, but Kane is literally sprinting to the convenience store right now.
Dude, those things hit though. I mean, when you
It's you need. There's a whole thing with the nicotine withdrawal. It's you gotta. The cold turkey is the only way to do it. I truly believe that.
yeah,
I've
and
only
you're just
ever
in
seen
the
it
suck.
successfully done cold turkey through the people I know.
I was
Anyone
gonna
who
say,
hasn't done it is.
I did it last
No.
year. It was miserable. It was like a miserable week and a half, and then still like the oral asphyxiation later. It's nuts.
You know, I smoked cigs for 1,000 years, and I quit like 11 years ago. I tried so many times, could never pull it off. The way that I quit was I moved. Like I left my house. I moved to a new house. All the different places that I smoked cigs were gone.
Mhm.
Like I didn't have the porch. I needed a total change of scenery in order to quit smoking. Like a complete change.
Okay,
But,
clown show. That's a little great. He says I did cold turkey and just started running 7 miles. Never started again. That's all did. And he just says just started running 7 miles. You're like a freaking athlete at that point.
Yeah,
just,
that'll
just
do it
randomly
too.
quit cigarettes and turn into a freaking athlete.
But it makes sense because he like immediately tried to replace the dopamine hit with another dopamine hit, which is like
Oh,
the
yeah.
runner's euphoria at the same time. So that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, cigs are way worse than vaping, I think, probably from all of because there's lots of weird stuff that happens when you light something on fire and breathe it in.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes, it does. Chemical reactions are a thing.
So you're automatically, I think it's something like after 10 days, you've doubled the amount of oxygen that you can absorb in your lungs. So yeah, running helps.
Candlestick watchers, we're about to clear. We're about to clear that. And
So
the
what are we doing
4 hour.
here, folks? Are we going to make a new high of the day?
New high, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It would be encouraging.
Has to be. It has to be. It has to be. Long enjoyers, congratulations.
Thank you.
You stayed the course. And you've been rewarded.
It wasn't easy. It was
Oh,
annoying.
it wasn't easy. No, it wasn't.
I had to skip. I was in ES. Hold on, actually. Of course, once again, I've got the wrong chart up. I was in ES and I had to flip the NQ because ES was being too extremely stupid there at 33.50. So I finally got long 180, and then I got out at 46. So I'm not enjoying the rest of this extension.
What? You didn't go for the new high?
I don't know. It's pretty flat up here. I was at my desk last night for a little while, and I was watching this, and this 240 is the top of the weekly. It's the +1, and it has been a pain in the ass. It was a pain in the ass last night too. So, but I do like higher. We haven't talked to the previous day close yet. What the hell happened last night? Why'd they sell the hell out of this?
I don't even know anymore.
It's something like they don't even need a reason anymore. Like there doesn't even need to be a thing on Twitter anymore because there's so much constant weirdness and chaos that like I think everybody has stopped looking for news.
Yeah.
The what's their news thing is dead.
It really is pointless. Because it's always like, does it matter? The market already has done something. Like, who cares what it is?
Damn, I don't even have the chat up. I can't even talk to you guys. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Good morning, chat. Now I can talk to you. How are you guys doing?
Can't complain.
That's good.
I was a long enjoyer in the morning.
I don't know why I feel like I hit you up last night because I hadn't talked to you in a while. Why do I feel like I miss you? I haven't talked to you.
Sometimes
because we all haven't been on stream together since last Wednesday, or you weren't even here last Wednesday, so we haven't been all the stream together. Like all of us, all the boys, in a couple weeks.
Okay, that's fair.
It was you and me the last 2 Sunday shows too.
That's right. Okay.
You miss me, Stowe. Just say
I
it.
do, man. I do
Just
miss
say
you.
it,
I love
man.
talking to you, bud. It's true.
Hear that, chat?
What
Stowe
are we doing
loves
here?
talking to me. All right.
Nah, Crow, I'm not gonna trade anymore. I got out here at the daily +1. I was in here. Actually, I sold it for a second. If you want to know the truth. I sold 190 because I was really convinced about this 40 guy, and there was so much dumb stuff happening on here. I'll show you that the trade was based on 2 things. So I got stopped out here, and they were really pushing on ES. I was like, okay. I mean, we've got lower. We've got the IB low there. European opening range here. Sometimes, I mean, this commonly gets retested during this time of the day. So I was like, okay. So a bunch of sellers stepped in after we rejected RTH view up on NQ. So I sold here, and I took one at 180, and then you can see here, we call this the old reverse button. I don't really press the reverse button, but I did reverse my position there, stopped out of my last lot, and then got on 2 lots here and took one here, and then somehow survived this pullback, and then I took my second one at 246, which is the +1's a common target for me if we're in the middle of the range. So yeah, I don't know. But nah. Thirdly, if you forget that the streams are on, they got a reminder button on the YouTubes.
Yeah, there's a lovely little bell right there to the left of the thumbs up button, which you should also have already hit at this point. And I know majority of you have not. So please do us that favor, as well as turn on the notifications if you don't know we're actually going live. We do this every day, 6 days a week.
Hans, you got a question? Am I missing it?
Hans.
Oh, it's a compute question for Nick.
Wait, where?
I'll read it to you, Nick. Nick, with the amount of compute you have on your PCs, have you found any settings to make NT not lag when you have high time frame charts up for multiple markets and still have the execution charts in DOM?
I'm the wrong person to ask because I've done random workarounds and things, and I'm running, our green room, my screen share, Ninja. I've got other programs running and things happening. I just have a lot of compute and RAM on my one PC, but I also have like 6 computers, so things are spread out. But yeah, every once in a while, one program just needs to be closed and restarted. But I feel like some people have. I feel like when we were rebuilding our Ninja charts, Stowe, like when we were coming in like last March, we were encountering issues trying to load like all of the volume data for our indicators, and some of them have just been rebuilt. But also, we just have found more efficient ways to kind of set up our charts as far as days to load and other things. So there's probably somebody out there in the ecosystem that has found good ways to kind of clear cache and other things that are probably making it run a little less efficient. So,
Hans, what kind of charts are you running, dude?
Yeah, that's probably the better question. Are you running volume charts? Time frame is probably the easiest way to break down the load a little bit.
So I run 2 volume-based charts and a high time frame chart that is time-based, and 2 DOMs at the same time. I don't lag, and I have a ton of RAM, but I bought this computer like 2 years ago when Leo said, "Hey, you should stop trading on a cardboard box with computer written on it and get a real machine."
Mm-hmm. But for, I guess, redundancy, just so you know, like I have 64 gigs of RAM, and this is a 4070 Ti NVIDIA chip. So this is a pretty powerful thing. This computer today would probably be 3x what I had paid, 2.5 years ago.
It's interesting that our computers are worth more than what we paid for them. It's
100%.
It's maybe the first time I've had an appreciating asset.
I think I could just pull out the NVIDIA card, and I could probably sell it for what I paid for this computer, which was like a little less with discounts and things of $2,000.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, weird, right?
Never thought about it that way. RAM game is nuts. Dang.
Hans is running volume, 5-minute footprint, and a simple high time frame for NQESGC.
Okay, so
how many days are you loading to is probably the next question.
So on your volume-based charts, you want to keep that thing to like 1 or 2 days to load max.
Yeah.
That's going to be your first thing. I don't run a footprint chart, but I can only imagine that is also pretty intensive data pull wise. So yeah. It's just a matter of pulling all the volume and recalculating it and how it does that. So you just need to keep your volume-based execution charts to like 1 or 2 days loaded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it really just needs like the session, then I would probably have it set to maybe that or 2 days. Like, Stowe said, is probably the good rule of thumb. So you can have the overnight data and some of the other stuff.
I do too. So I can see yesterday if I need to. If I want to scroll back and be like, was there somebody over there? But yeah, welcome to Tech Support Wednesday. Does anybody else have any? Sometimes, if your mouse is weird, you have to turn it on and back off and back on again.
I got something for you, Stowe.
Okay.
Question in the chat.
Ooh.
FVG versus order block. Which do you trust more as a sign of reversal?
Someone's going to need to tell me what an order block is before I answer this question.
Yeah. We don't trade those strategies, so it's hard to say. From
okay,
my
I've got Google.
understanding, an order block is probably like a basing candle, right? For like supply and demand stuff, just with a much fancier name. So I
Hold
would
on,
say
XY. Let me
probably
help
order
you.
block.
An order block is a price action trading concept used by smart money, SMC, and ICT traders to identify areas where large institutions and banks likely placed significant buy and sell orders. Okay.
So it's like a basing candle. It would look like a basing candle, right? I would say that's probably the better detail
They appear as the
because
last opposing candle before an aggressive price movement that leaves an imbalance on the chart.
okay, yeah. So it's like supply and demand stuff. I'm a fan of
I think
supply and
so.
demand. Um, so I would say that outside of order block, supply and demand, I would say unfair value gap is the next thing, but that's the little secret, the unfair value gap.
Okay, I think I know. Okay. So let's look at this. I would say that maybe this is so we had this, I mean, on the open, 162 was resistance, 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 resistance. Then it broke, and then it got retested, and then we left from there. I believe that that is kind of that. This is just supply and demand. Support becomes resistance, right? I would say that is much more important than an FVG because fair value gaps, while they show, this is also, please God, take this with a grain of salt because I don't really know any ICT stuff. But what I understand about fair value gaps is they are signs of aggression in the same vein as like single prints, like price goes through an area and doesn't retest it, right? So that just shows you aggression. But you know, that's just aggression in the moment. That's less. I don't know. That's less cool than support
But I
resistance to
think
me.
that's what makes the inverse fair value gap what people like to enter with because the first one is that sign of aggression, right? If we were looking at that candlestick and a footprint, we would see that really one-sided tape there. And if
Yeah.
the other fair value gap coming out of it, which is like the inverse, it essentially means, okay, we had one-sided tape, like say going down, and now they consolidated, they held it, and now we've got one-sided tape trading above that other one-sided tape, which can signify that shift, right? Repackaged into an auction market theory perspective. So, but still, I think what's more useful is if it's one or the other, it's the order block, it's the supply and demand thing, because that can frame a larger variety of context to work with. Because let's be honest, if you threw an indicator on that mapped out every fair value gap all the time, you would just have a chart that you can't even look at, right? So while they are probably good like means of entering and engaging with the market, I think the order block has a much wider use case because it's supply and demand, it's swing highs and lows, it's failed pullbacks, it's a lot of those things. Yeah. I don't think they can work as well without the order block thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's whatever concept they call it, but when we say it, maybe it's just dumb money concepts. But that's just my understanding.
Yeah, I think people just need the thing I've learned about this, and trust me, I used to complain about this all the time, but I've learned that people need lore. You need it. Some people need a white van. They need an enemy. They need a villain, you know? You got to have somebody there. So it's support and resistance. We can say that it's large institutions placing orders, but like no one knows that. Also, all of this is large institutions placing orders.
But they're taking out my stop on purpose. And if you guys think
Omni
that's a
says it
troll,
best.
I've seen the prop support tickets. So, you know,
Omni says it
whatever.
best. I am my own villain.
I am my own
That
villain.
is so true.
Ain't that the truth, baby?
Every time I have negative results, I look for the bad guy, and it's like Scooby-Doo, and they unmask the guy, and it's always me. It's like,
funny.
God damn, all right.
It's the mirror meme. You're the white van.
You're a good trader.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. The market's wrong.
Institutions don't even stop hunt the 2-lot MNQ traders slow downer. They hunt
You're not wrong.
the sim. They hunt the sim book. The
Yeah,
prop
your sim prop
book.
account, eval.
Mhm.
They hunt that.
I definitely hunt it myself with oversizing, trying to get a payout too fast. I do lots of things to shoot my own prop in the foot. So I am my own white van in many ways all the time.
There you go, NQ.
Yeah, it's partying. Overnight high is still up there, huh?
Uh-huh.
Daniel, good morning. I hope you've gotten long somewhere at some point in the day.
You got
This is
173
why-
Omni. Good for you, bud.
This
Good
is
for
why I
you.
love price action.
Only got 185. Omni beat me by 12 points. And I'm not a big fan of that. Tell you that for free. You know, I think I really traded the bottom of this like garbage. I think that I think I should have been partying a lot harder with the weekly open retests than I was. I'm going to have to look in the mirror a little bit about that. And I did not get in as hard as I should have at 29 100s either.
Wondering, can bookmap be another way to interpret what the DOM tells? It sounds like a way to visualize DOM. I would say so.
Well, the DOM's
think-
on there.
Everything order flow is a visualization of order flow of the DOM. So yeah, you can pretty much attach that anywhere. But as much as we like clown on bookmap and make our jokes, I do think it's pretty useful if you're trying to like get into order flow, understand it, because it's a big visual. The whole thing is just like a gigantic visual. So you can you can visualize auction market theory on full display, things like that.
One of my best friends in the world shreds on bookmap, does not look at a candle, does not look at anything but bookmap. Just shreds bookmap. That's it.
That sounds valid to me.
Yeah, you can just do things if it works.
Yeah, you know what? Dom Replay says bookmap is helpful when you step away to the bathroom and come back for a quick recap. Yeah. Yeah.
You don't
I use
have
credit for that.
you don't have a bathroom literally right next to your desk.
My desk is a bathroom.
That is what the trading desk, I guess, has always needed and is missing is the urinal.
New business idea.
Is the trading urinal.
New business idea.
Pretty much anything that was in Idiocracy, we eventually all ended up needing.
You have some tough time reading Dom. Yeah, it's tough, but it's not an end all be all. You don't have to be proficient with the Dom to make money in the markets. Even as an order flow trader, a lot of people just use a footprint or like delta or even just a volume profile. It's not an end all be all,
Dutch 2-liter Mountain Dew, but that's the way she goes. That's the way of the road, bubs.
Look, Omni, that might be, you say it's a terrible habit. You're looking at it the wrong way. You might be onto something. You might be an indicator, a self-indicator.
It's important to know when you're a good fade for yourself. I've said this many times. Guess where I was like, maybe I should buy a share of SpaceX. Guess what price that was?
200 and something?
What's it at right now? 160, 150?
Lower than that.
Huh?
124. 124s.
Ooh, 120s.
Below IPO price. Or the stupid IPO price.
Is an IPO price kind of like the analyst thing where...
Well, it's like it has an IPO price and then there's also like the price it actually opened at.
Yeah, okay.
Jeff, congratulations. Great trade, man.
Hell yeah.
I think he nabbed the low of the pullback, like the actual
nice job.
Pullback low.
I caught myself trying to be a little too fancy down there. And then I realized, I was like, oh, I guess this is 24-hour VWAP. I guess this is a fine place to pull back to for a second.
Yeah. That was a do or die moment for them for sure. Especially with the consolidation right above.
Yep.
Beautiful. Beautiful. For me, it was one candlestick that told the whole story. Price action better than order flow? Maybe? Chat? Huh?
Boss? You need both.
Boss?
You can't not have both, right? Like, order flow is just...
I don't know. You said you had a friend that just does bookmap only. That's not price action.
I think it is, though, because you still see it, like, you can
still
see...
I mean price action with candlesticks.
All right.
I guess I'll be more specific.
I guess I don't look at candlestick shapes, but I do look at, like, tops and bottoms and, you know, where support and resistance is. Is that not price action?
I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Me neither.
Everything's got a different name now.
It's because it needs repackaged. Everything must be repackaged.
Price action will no longer be a term.
Because it has to be sold.
20 years from now, you're not even going to say the word price action. Candlesticks won't even be called candlesticks. They're going to be called, I don't know. I'm not good at making up cool terms, so.
That's not true. You're very good at that.
You won't hear the word candlestick again.
All right, Mr. Overnight High. You got anything to say up here?
We got to take out the previous day high instead. And the 900 lot, whoever this joker continues to play games.
Right.
Glenn asks XYZ, what do you mean by that? What do I mean by what? I've been saying a lot of like random shit, honestly. Honestly, yeah, I don't even know. We might still be talking about the Strait of Hormuz right now.
It's the Bend of Hormuz.
The Bend of Hormuz. What is the most important thing you look for to get the greediest seats. I've been trying to tighten my stops, but NQ whips around too much sometimes. I'm trying to figure out what works best. The most important thing is the volume profile. That is an easy answer. The volume profile will tell you where your greediest seats can be. And if you're talking about being greedy, you're looking at where it can be,
Also,
not
bro,
where you might get filled.
you are a surgeon on the NQ zero prints on the Dom with you get into your bargaining mode.
Oh yeah, I'm a haggler. We're gonna
Yeah.
say
Yes.
and sometimes
Ex-
the market says, "Screw you, then we're leaving
Yep.
without you." And I'm like, "Hey, chill, chill, chill. We'll talk.
Yep.
Let's talk.
Yep.
Let's talk about this. You're acting crazy."
You're not
Oh,
yourself when you're
candlesticks
hungry.
no longer called candlestick. Yeah, well, because there's a lot of repackaged stuff. So in my opinion, don't kill me for this, is ICT stuff is repackaged price action. And so the names are all different. So instead of saying basing candle, which for a long time, it was supply and demand, they would say basing candle. It's called order block. The word basing candle, when was the last time I ever heard that? I don't even know when I
That's
started
true.
trading. All this terminology has been changed. Just a swing high or a failed swing pattern or this or that. They've become, all these mythical market setups like the dragon head's turn or well, there's like something called the turtle soup or it could just be a simple thing, but there are all these names and terminology gets lost through the whole thing. Yeah, at some point, if something as simple as a basing candle can be completely renamed, repackaged, and repurposed as a whole different piece of context and concept, candlesticks, your days are numbered. Your days are numbered. It's going to be called like a price negotiation mechanism. PNMs. You know what? That's going to be my thing now. Take a look at this PNM, guys. Look at the way the PNM has settled.
Dragonhead's turn is sick. Did you just
The
make
what?
that up? I
Dragon
told
has
you.
turn. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like sounds like a canyon turn where people go and drive their cars or something. But I don't know. I just try to find something dramatic. But it got you, right? What if I was like, this is the Dragon Head's turn setup, and this is what made I was down to my last $2. I was a factory worker. Now look at me, and there's like 4 Lambos in the back. This could be you.
Could be. Why
And
not
then
us?
I'll have the three-headed dragon's head turn for a bigger paywall. You've bought the first Dragon Head's turn. If you want the additional, pay an additional $200, you get access to
Wait,
the
is it like the three-headed dragon where one of them's an idiot? Have you seen that meme?
Yes. By the way, write that down. That sounds like a great business idea. I think we should run with that.
Write that
All
down.
right,
Write that
cool.
down.
Write that down. Write
Good,
that down.
good, good.
That sounds like the next course that nobody knew they needed.
Don't you think that no matter what the next candle is, it always makes sense afterward based on some TA? Yeah, because I think that's a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're letting more information come in and things will always start to make more sense as more information comes in. So if your question is, hey, doesn't a candlestick make more sense when the next candlestick starts to print and close? Of course, because it's more information. This is like a self-fulfilling thing, right? But in today's example, and I'll go over this like later on the later stream, this wasn't me. This new high, you see this pattern now. This wasn't me going, oh, hindsight analysis. Look, we made the new high. I was looking for a new high in the market as soon as this candle closed, before this candle even closed, before I saw this candle even start to form, before this candle even closed, right? And that's kind of what I meant by, for me, price action or candlestick tells me, guides me, in a certain direction. I was always just like, look, the market's going to catch a bid somewhere. It's going to retrace this thing, hopefully not more than like 50% of this. And it's not just a 1 hour, it's a 4 hour too. It's a really strong 4 hour close with a nice, tail for a swing low, another swing low put in. That very commonly seeks continuation. It has nothing to do with the candle that started to print after.
I think TA is probably the thing I do the least.
Also, yes, I don't do any TA. There's no lines and triangles and whatever else you have. It's because I just do so many other things that, there's I don't really notice things like, okay, well, you can draw a line here, right? You can do this, and then a breakout occurred, and then you made plenty of money. But this is just not something that I do. I'm looking at so many other things already. It's not to say it doesn't work. I just don't do it. I'm not a TA guy. I don't think either of the three of us are TA guys. But for anyone that is, I mean, you made this, what is this, like a bull flag? Whatever you would call it, but it made money. Why did it make money? Because you're on the right side of the market. I think the very key thing is to understand which side of the market has the advantage, right? And for me, throughout the session, throughout the stream, you guys all heard me say it like 10 times, 4 hour, 1 hour. The candle is telling me what I think is the right side of the market. And the rest is just down to execution. However you want to enter, fair value gap, illegal fair value gap, order block, price negotiation mechanism, dragon's head, 360 no scope, long off of the failed, downward this. It's just stay on the right side of the market, or don't open up positions on the side of the market that's not getting rewarded. It could be that simple. It could be TA, it could be this, it could be that. Fancy words.
Just
But at the
suck
end of the
less
day,
if you can. Pretty
and
much.
you guys know I'm an order flow trader, I'm order flow this, blah, 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 all my content. But something for me as simple as this candle told me a story. And why was this candle so important? Well, it's because of what it's leaving behind. And if you just look at candles, this is that 3 bar reversal that I talk about all the time that I love to see, from a high time frame down to a 5 minute time frame. It's candle out, get that reversal bar, and then that just a super strong bar out and through it. Something as simple as this, without even seeing order flow, can get me to be like, all right, I want longs in the market because I think we can continue.
Whoops.
Downward dog for shorts. Yeah.
Got a little tooth in the auction here at 55. Let's see if we go party with that guy.
Just trying to get short, or I'm still trying to get short. I just keep like scratching myself out of it, trying to wait to see if we pop back up to like 315s.
Yeah, I'm early.
Nope, it's gonna go. At least to the IBA. There it goes.
Yeah. It should come down. That single print's closed. Try 78 here.
Dojo Cat, I'm seeing your comment now for the first time. I appreciate that.
I do hate initiating at the IB as a rule. And yet, here I am.
Man, this is a decent. Yeah, you know what? There's a lot here to unpack. I'll outline this later. Just show up. We'll go. Even the daily gave a lot of hints at market open. I
Do me
never
dirty.
trade unless I see the orange chicken setup up here. Yeah, the orange chicken setup in Confluence, with the Dodgers winning a home game is A plus S tier setup. Very strong.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I got a double header today. Mm. About to do me dirty.
Yeah, Jims. We'll do both. We'll do both. I think there's a lot to unpack today on a price action perspective too. So I'll give you guys some nuggets that were applicable today. How do you incorporate value area and POC exactly? Would they just be targets? I don't commonly use them as targets, maybe the POC. But value is very useful in trying to see, like this, for example, we've built up value here and here. You guys can see it on your own charts. If price were to extend, we shouldn't really be trading back into value. This would be potential. I mean, now look, we've got two nodes. So this is a zone. It's a great zone,
Go
beautiful
get this
zone.
55 guy.
Everybody
Come on,
asks
baby.
me, how do I draw the best zones? Um, this is fantastic, tremendous zone, very powerful. So we are already trading off it and we're bouncing. But what's important is if you drill down, they've lost this and they're on the verge of losing this. If it's two nodes going back into value, not only have they failed to extend it, they bumped up against pretty, honestly, it's a good zone because it's a huge drop off of volume, right? If they want to get back into this range, they need to actually want to get back in the range, which the market hasn't shown. It's actually shown the opposite. Buyers left behind right here, potentially left behind right here. So if they start to trade back into 270s and under, they're accepting value again, which is likely going to drive it through. So I'm using it for analysis like this. On a high time frame, I would use it like this. How would you flip to, a bullish bias coming off of this low? Well, most of the trade is here. The value is here. The value stays up here. And now this majority distribution, take a close look, right? Let's just mark this like this. You'll see that this is not value anymore in this session. It's actually auctioning higher, accepting higher. And you can do the same here, right? Majority of it is like no volume, right? So as price moves up, as the market moves up, it tests like previous value. It shows that, okay, we're just interested in dealing higher. That's not value anymore. And today could be another example, right? This was not value and this still isn't. The value is now overlapping up here. But they can't really extend. So if that were the case, overlapping 2 days, it seems that price is stuck. And if they are and they can't extend, guess what? Price is probably going to test down again. That's the idea here. So many use cases, like I said, order flow, like everything else, is very nuanced because there's a lot of different contexts. You can say the same about price action. You can't just see a pattern and just go on it, right? There's other context to be considered. It takes a lot of time. That's why, you probably can't tune into one stream where I'm trying to explain a volume profile and it's get everything you need. There's going to be so many different scenarios, use cases. What should we do with this HVN? Or what about this LVN? Screen time. A 5-day rolling is full. Daily's full. Oh, the boys
got
are
back
fading.
in. Let's see if this works.
Boys are fading.
No, Nick.
Let's go. Yeah, it's
This is where
looking like
I scratched out of this already twice for like a 2-point win, like a 3-point loss, and a 2-lot.
Don't do it, Nick.
I'm just kind of taking this off the previous week value low, the anchor from that top little swing high there. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm getting
Sellers. This whole day has been.
I
weird.
don't hate it, man. There's two nodes that Nick's
on the
trading
longer
under
time
right
frame.
now.
On the longer time frame, this makes sense. But
yeah,
I could die.
I think ultimately this is a great place to put some risk on. There's good.
We talked about this. Like this is. I mean, I don't know if you just did this with the way you were breaking down, but this would be like the spot where we either accept back into this range, or we reject and possibly head back down to 29K eventually.
The key decision point.
And we already rejected it once. This would be the second time, which I would take more seriously that we may go even lower.
There's a lot of volume down there. I don't know. I'm still in this long. We came back up, almost touched this. There's
some buying.
There's a zero print at 55. I want to at least go talk to it. We're right there.
Don't let them trade value again. Don't let them Stowe. Buy it.
They're going to stop me out again, aren't they?
Did we talk to it? Did we talk
me.
to 55?
ES looks like really strong. ES's profile.
Oh, wow.
Too. It actually looks.
There's 55.
Yeah, look at ES actually.
What you doing, ES?
I'll take one.
I haven't lost anything.
What you doing here?
It just on a I take those zero prints on ES pretty seriously on a
ES's high is not even nice.
Yeah. On a trend up day, no, that 59.50, tons of turkeys up there at the
That's
cross
a crappy
104.
high.
Yeah.
Crappy high print.
So this is a pretty good continuation long for me off of the +1. I got a delta flip there. Tape is fine. Only 15 filled at 15.50 when we came down to test it. I'm also long in Q, leaning on this node, also leaning on the +1.
ES looks good.
And I had to add.
Just get out.
I got into my position one at a time. So half size. And I added, get this, guys. I added to a loser both times. I don't want to freak anybody out.
Gambler.
Oh, did they just do me dirty?
Guys, do we use leg to leg on each tick or on bar close? I don't even
Oh, they did me
know
dirty.
what that is. Stowe,
No,
what
Nick,
is this?
it's going to the moon. It's going to previous day high.
Stowe, can you answer this guy?
What's the question?
Is XYZ, do you using delta leg by leg a quote on each tick or quote on bar close?
Well,
I don't know.
Like most
I don't
things,
know. So whatever Stowe's got is what I've got because I don't touch this stuff.
I got you, homie. Do. Each tick. Calculate on each tick. Hi, Daniel. I love you too, buddy. Oh, look, we have more folks at 58 now. Okay. Lots of teasy liquidity up there at the highs today.
Teasy?
Teasy. Come on up here. Oh, look, more guys. Hi.
855, 900.
Rusty thought I was calling him. I used my cat voice.
Did you jump on the panel?
Bro, no. Yeah, he's finally sleeping. I had to give him a bunch of exercise this morning because he was like, if he really needs to play, he'll come over and just start like chomping my knee. He's like, get over here, do the thing. He's got this avocado on a stick that he likes, so
Nice.
that's what we did this morning.
Yeah, the only thing mine randomly do is one of the boys will just like try to climb in my lap for some reason, but other than that, they just sleep all day up here.
Fly here says
Aw, Fly
Violet
here.
says Stowe is the nicest here. I mean,
Hi,
she right.
Violet.
That
She right.
is
What's up?
absolutely true.
Yeah.
Probably XY would be a second. I'm probably just as nice as either one of them in person, at least at first glance. But if we were just ranking on by the internet persona, yes, those two are definitely nicer than me, for sure.
Am I nicer than Nick? I don't know. But she's got the right one. She's definitely got the right one.
I kind of just let it rip sometimes. You don't do that.
How do you guys keep yourselves from trading everything? Fuck, I don't like just giving money away. So
yeah,
and that's what happens when you try to trade everything.
It's other things too. You have to occupy your time other ways.
Yeah.
Like otherwise you are going to do that. And I think we've all done that before when we first started like full-time trading. Like I'm doing 17 different things because for me, I've found like that's a better fit because otherwise I just kind of stew and stare at the markets from my phone and I'm bored. And, the last like 9 months, I feel like I've kind of hit my stride of like, how do I do this full time with a kid and being stuck in an office most of the day and keeping busy? That's always been my trouble. Because I can only go outside and work out so much. It's 105 degrees. I can't really go outside today.
Oh my God, right now? Like,
yeah. It's going to be like 105
rough.
here for the next week.
I think something to consider, B Hassan, instead of asking how it's a good question, obviously, because, guidance, but I think the more important question is what compels you to try to take every trade? And in there, you'll find certain deeper answers, which is, I need to log this trading day to fulfill a prop thing. I need to hit a target to pass the eval. I need to this or that. Like that's where you really need to dig in and dial in. Why is it that you want to? It's never just as simple as I just want to make more money. It's never that simple. It's something deeper.
The one that is here's some deep thoughts if you want. The one that is my thing that I fight all the time is I don't feel like I've done a good day's work or I've been successful, et cetera, unless I have had successful trades for the day. This was a big problem when I started, but like it's still around. And if I feel like, I don't know, if I feel like incomplete in general, like if I just don't feel like I'm accomplishing much, then I'll begin to force that onto the market, and the market doesn't care about me, number one. And number two, being results oriented is the opposite of what a trader should be, but it's exactly what society teaches you to be and to have a good work ethic. So it's kind of a thing I have to constantly rewire it. So I create other things to have like results oriented victories around, like exercise or, doing school. Going back to school has been a big help, even though this film class I'm in right now is extremely confusing and weird, but yeah. So like Nick said, have other things that you can put realistic societal goals on, because trading is not one of those things.
I resonated a lot with Stowe said that to me, whatever, like last week, I feel like, and it finally like really resonated with me too, that I felt the same way, at different points in my journey, especially last year too, where it's like, if I wasn't green or if I didn't feel like I took effective trades or did my best or whatever, like it made me feel like I really accomplished nothing positive that day.
Yep.
Which doesn't really work when it's also your source of income. It just really puts you in a weird headspace going into the next session and the next day. And, you tend to carry that with you in your, your extended life, your friends, your family, and they can kind of read it on you. So it's kind of like you got to find that other thing that allows you to check the box. Like, yes, I did well today, and it doesn't have to be based on the P&L. Welcome to the Vibe Check Hour, because that's where we're drifting into the last part here. Shout out Stowe's wonderful application. If you have not played around with it, it's really cool, and it's exactly this type of thing.
AJ gave VibeCheck a little shout out yesterday in his NinjaTrader Discord thing. I was like, oh, son, wow. I didn't know AJ had enough time to check out my dumb vibe code thing. That made me happy.
Do you guys strategy are hard to learn and execute? Like I keep seeing you guys trade kind of advanced level or using advanced tools yeah, I mean, I think everything seems really complicated and advanced when it's new and you don't really understand it. But I think we do our best to try to simplify it as best as possible. It's just can only do so much with that, I think, especially when like the terminology is a huge part of it too. If you're not familiar with it, it's just going to sound like some wacky, high level, super secret mumbo jumbo sauce, but it truly isn't. Maybe just stick around. You'll start to catch stuff. Do your own research. You'll expedite that process. You'll get it. It's nothing fancy.
It's like when you go, when you start a new job and like everybody that works there already is saying a bunch of shit that doesn't make any sense to you. Like, oh, did you get the XYZ from the ABC? And like, did you trip the flannel Grange or, just whatever.
Like some people, everyone's, what is IB? IB, it's literally just the first hour. It's the range of the first hour. But before you realize that, you're like, what the hell? They keep talking about this and that. And because I was there. First time I saw a footprint, then I saw volume profile, then I saw like heat map. I was like, dude, what is this? Am I in space? Are these hieroglyphics? How do you even trade off? There's not a single candlestick in sight. What are we doing? But it'd be like that.
Just hang around. It's just part of the
hieroglyphics.
I was checking the specs on the end line for the rotary girder.
You can get a good look at a T-bone steak by sticking your head up a bull's ass. Wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it?
Tell me the order flow on NQ need final 250 for payout. I don't know. ES was much easier for order flow, so you should have just been on ES, honestly. Like what Stowe was doing. Look at the high, it kind of sucks. ES's structure looks a lot more a lot easier to crawl up with than NQ's does. And it's gone up a pretty decent chunk of points. NQ's got things to figure out.
Honestly, all I did for this trade was I saw zero print at 55 on this rejection here, and zero print on ES on a day that is extremely slow and trending up when the zero print is to the downside, and I get a good setup for continuation based on the way that I trade. I'm like, okay, I should at least be able to get 4 points to go back and talk to 55 for a second.
Well, he said too late, bro. Made it on this pop. Congratulations.
Woo!
Italian guy. You know what? That's a good question. But we don't have enough time left for that. So ask me that later. If you're gonna be on. Just ask me that later. That's a good question though. It's a good question. But it's gonna take a bit.
These have a thick candy shell on them. Not in your mouth, not in your hand.
How much did you guys spend on prop evals before you saw first payout? My friend, I can't even count that high.
The graveyard.
I literally can't even count that. I don't even know if
that would have been
go that high.
2022 for me. I couldn't tell you. And I was really, I think I was probably, my first dabble was with Apex, and then I probably rolled into Top Step eventually as everyone known, but I have no idea. I know I was, my expenses versus payouts, my payouts was higher in that first little threshold, but it was nothing to like hang your hat on because it was probably minuscule in the beginning.
Isaac, great question. I think it begs for a pretty deep conversation, but I'm going to give you an answer you don't like because it's the best one I can find. He asked, what to do when order flow doesn't make sense for a week or two? can't just leave the market. Someone's got to put food on the table. Understandable. And it's
Mm.
yes. The answer, you're going to hate it. When the order flow doesn't make sense, it makes it hard to trade, right? The concern is putting food on the table. But I promise you, when the market doesn't make sense to you, you're going to take food off the table. That's actually what's going to happen. Food will be taken off the table for you and your family. And the only thing left to shield you from all of that, if you cannot weather 2 weeks of a bad market without having to try to hike that bad trail and take food off the table inevitably, you need to have a job. You got to get a job. And this is the biggest thing when people are like, oh, I had a great month, 2 months. I'm him. I'm gonna quit my job.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happens then when those 2 weeks show up and you're like, I don't know. I gotta try it though. And you're constantly getting food on the table. Your mental's in a spiral. Everything's in a spiral. It's more than just money at this point. Everything is just caving in on you. All because you didn't have like a job to go back to. If your full-time trading is in a spot where you're either producing on a weekly basis or you're in trouble financially, you're so much better served having a job and trading on the side of that job.
Mm-hmm.
So
We're
much
doing
better
something.
served.
Guys, the stupid trades, the bad decision making, it hurt significantly less when I could replace it with normal monies.
Also, it's 9. Jim's not here. Stowe, get me out of here. I will see you guys.
We forgot. Jim's not here today.
I'll see you guys later. Get me out of here, Stowe.
Oh, I didn't even know what time it was.
Yes. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody. We love you very much. And here's Jim with the important message of the day.
Most important message of the day. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.